as the team representative at Alfa Romeo. And Valtteri Bottas really excited to get in the car. Now, there are screens in front of the Alfa Romeo garage, and that means that the floor will have been taken off the car. That's the only time at which you can put the screens in front of the car, which is a shame because it's completely ruined the beautiful ending to this link. Basically, Alfa Romeo very happy with their first morning's running because it ran without fault. And Zhou Guanyu reported all the way through the morning. Should we get a nicer shot? We'll get a prettier shot back here. Essentially, no problems with the car. The balance is wonderful, and so after last year, remember day one was not very easy for Alfa Romeo, a pretty difficult first day for them, pretty difficult test in fact for Alfa Romeo. None of that this year. They have flipped it 180, really happy with the car, really happy with the balance. Valtteri raring to go, but at the moment it's going to take a little while because, as we see with those screens, floor must be off the car. Back to you guys up there somewhere.
Thank you very much, Will, directing his own segments. As we're not in those comp boxes, so we can't wave at you, unfortunately. But no, I'm enjoying that. He was doing a little bit of bob and weave. I thought he was going into grid walk mode for a second.
He's multi-talented, isn't it? Is there anything that Will Buxton can't do?
Well, we will find out as the next few days progress. Nothing to show you, but the wonderful facilities here at Bahrain International. Franz Tost. We were talking about the team principal merry-go-round that happened towards the end of last year, but an ever-present fixture. And he is very direct with these drivers. He's been direct with these drivers. If you weren't with us in the morning session, we were the chaps next to me were making several excellent points about how there's lots at stake for both drivers at AlphaTauri this year. Maybe the pressure on both of them more so than other teams.
I was having a chat to Franz, you just reminded me, Franz at the AlphaTauri lunch in New York, and he told me...
Back to launch watch, here we go.
Exactly,
I love it.
Exactly,
I love it.
I knew you'd love it, you wanted to go back there. And he told me that he took Christmas Day off for the first time, so normally he works 365 days a year.
Oh no.
And he took Christmas Day off. And
what's he doing on Christmas Day? Who's there? Who are you sending emails to?
But this was the problem. He said everyone else was off, so he couldn't send any emails.
Yeah, of course they are, because it's Christmas Day. Amazing commitment, but that is
that level of work ethic.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have ultimate respect for that level of work ethic, or if it actually is getting a bit weird.
Scary.
It's getting a bit weird at that point. Fair play. Yeah. He runs a tight ship.
Yeah.
Does Franz Tost.
King's speech comes on, you get a ping, Franz again. Okay.
Out of office.
Surely he just gets endless out of offices back. Anyway, it's a good line, Lawrence. Nicely done.
I almost feel bad that he might be in the factory all by himself.
Just a single spotlight.
What could you possibly be doing on Christmas Day? As a team principal.
We need you to follow up on this. We need what does Franz Tost do on Christmas Day?
Just sitting there going through some accounts, or just looking through a spreadsheet that's been prepared on Christmas Eve by every department, and you're just going to sit there.
That's
got 24 hours.
That's the treat.
Churn
that's
through
the
it.
treat. The presents can wait.
I'll get back to you all on Boxing Day.
Yeah. Okay. We've dispatched Will Buxton to get an answer on this, and I promise we'll be.
Eventually I'll be something. I ain't waiting for the better days. My mind like a bit of time and I can't pay. They say pressure makes diamonds, but I'm so tired of trying. I'ma go as far a bit. storms on horizon, but I can't find them. So close but so far away. Say hold back, cause wait for the better days. The good days don't come too often.
Still got time on that deal. That deal
He signed a great deal at Esteban. Start of year before last, he signed it. Fernando Alonso joined the team and took a few races to get up to speed. Esteban was ahead and managed to basically do a good job and get ahead. Signed a 3-year deal, and now he's just enjoying the fruits of his labour.
Lots to talk about at Alpine, but I know the news you want. We've got the news for you. Will Buxton is down at AlphaTauri with Franz Tost.
Thank you so much. Franz, Happy New Year. We want to talk about Christmas, though. What do you get up to on Christmas Day?
Yeah, I'm really I'm really down bad. I knew it's meant to be the way I see her walk past. I really like the way she look. I got her Snapchat. I hit her up, but man, I couldn't get a text back. Hit the beat and bounce back. Look, I'm really down bad. She never pick up when I call. We playing phone tag. The only work I'm getting in is on this beat pad. I'm really done with this shit like it's the third act. Beat and bounce back. Look, I'm really done swiping on a shitty ass dating app. Man, I tried so much but couldn't find a match. Shit was ass. Now I go on Instagram and double tap it. Hit it on side to time they be a fan. The other times they didn't see I'm trying hard to start it out, but I can't even put the key in. Playing with a children fam and I ain't in the Coliseum like damn, huh? Like why you toying with me? But she telling me come over, then don't wanna see me. Girl, I'm really done with you. Gone like Houdini until you sent me all those pictures in your damn bikini. Look, I'm really down bad. I knew it's meant to be the way I see her walk past. I really like the way she look. I got her Snapchat. I hit her up, but man, I couldn't get a text back. Hit the beat and bounce back. Look, I'm really down bad. She never pick up when I call. We playing phone tag. The only work I'm getting in is on this beat pad. I'm really done with this shit like it's the third act. The beat and bounce back. Look, I'm really about done. Cause this is not fun. Girl, you been playing with my feelings like you got none. This ain't no audition. Why you acting like you want some? You should not respond and shoot me down without a shotgun. Let me bring it back. You told me that you want me just to tear my heart in half. It's crazy cause in person you were acting all attached. Telling me that I'm a catch while you sitting on my lap. Happy lost, I need a mad look. I'm really something. Cause now she hit my phone telling me she's up to nothing. She said she home alone and she wanna do some loving. Girl, it's over, I ain't budging. I ain't going back to crushing. Now my pillow be the only thing I'm really down bad.
Steps in the next months.
Wonderful stuff. Thanks, Franz.
Thank you. Ciao.
Wonder what he does on his birthday. Franz Tost speaking to Will
I'm like
Buxton.
just on you, I go right to the back.
Excellent piece.
New been tangled, blue 180 to the
Lawrence,
dive.
you have
They all staring when I
nothing
pull
on
up
track.
right
One of
past.
the best testing
I'm a
revelations I've
double
ever
of the
heard.
digits, no I'm moving way too down, way too down.
And maybe
Baby, you know me. She wanna sit in with
the
stars.
sponsorship deal that
Say you a
AlphaTauri
freak,
pulled
I
in there with
show me.
Orland.
Call me a punk on
Imagine if that had slipped through the net. Imagine if that hadn't have been done. I was to say, maybe they were speaking to many teams, but AlphaTauri got back to them first. Franz Tost grinding it out on their day. But this guy, they're going places. Signed on the dotted line. A lot of people actually sponsor. A lot of people will sit in the sponsor pitch and say, we'll work for you all day, every day. Franz Tost will.
I'm like,
He's a man of
just
his
on you,
word.
I go right to the back.
Charles Leclerc getting strapped into the Ferrari.
180 to the dash.
For Charles
They all
Leclerc,
staring when I pull up
a
right
team principal
past.
that he has worked with in the
I'm a
past.
double of the digits, no I'm moving way too
They
down,
know
way
each
too
other well.
down. Just on you, I go right to the
Won titles
back.
together.
New been tangled, blue 180 to
As a
the
result,
dash.
he will be
They all
hoping
staring when I
that it's a
pull
step
up
forward
right
again. After Ferrari made a
past.
step forward last year.
I'm a double of the digits, no I'm moving way too down, way too fast. I'm making moves in the head.
Pole position
It is
is
not
along
hard
the
to
way.
see.
Make
All
that
of the
slightly
time that she
bittersweet.
wasted.
Lando Norris
Trying to
there.
get next to me.
To
Not trying to talk, bitch, I'm
to
faded.
McLaren.
Can someone tell this or to leave? I jumped the red like a race. Started a don't need a key. I'm sipping 1942, bitch, shit started, I'm falling down. They're telling me I need to stop, but I don't know why. Go from the Mustang to the coupe, shit, got him running, I'm
Man who
running
finds
out.
himself
She
P1
said she
in the
don't know
order
me,
with a
but I'm
132.972.
in. I
That's
go
on
right
the
to the
board once the whole of
back.
the first day.
New been tangled, blue 180 to the dash. They all staring when I pull up right past.
The circuit once again.
I'm a double of the digits, no I'm moving way too down, way too down. Just on you, I go right to the back. New been tangled, blue 180 to the dash. They all staring when I pull up right past. double of the digits, know I'm moving way too damn fast.
Two-time world champion, only driver out there at the moment.
You guys are surprised that by this time tomorrow, Max's pre-season is done. He's doing it all in the first day and a half. And then, and Checo's will be starting this time tomorrow. And Red Bull are the only team to do it like that. Every other team have had a driver switch today, and then some teams will go one driver tomorrow all day, one driver on the final day all day. But Red Bull are just picking up, you basically get a day and a half each. And Red Bull are just gone with all of the stuff, and then all of Perez. I don't really know what to read into it too much, but I'm sensing a confidence from Max. Because you want to be in the car at the end of testing. When actually the last evening of testing in Bahrain was a whistle, the track being test. I mean, Max will only have later tonight when the temperature drops and the track comes alive. That'll be the only time he drives the car under lights before FP2, I guess, next week. Just sensing that there's a bit of swagger and confidence. Maybe he'll be able to start next week.
Yeah, I think it's his quality to happy enough to let the best, like you said, 1.5 days of running to make Checo. But I think it also speaks volumes to Red Bull. Like, they must be really happy with what they've got to put Max in. So you ideally want him in the car, wouldn't you, to get the best read if he's your lead driver if he's the world champion. So I think it speaks volumes from that part as well. And like I was saying earlier, he was speaking so confidently about his chances this year. I think it's just another example of that.
And it's also, it's great for Red Bull in a way, but it's great for Checo, obviously, because he takes the best day and a half. But Red Bull will then, it shows they're backing him at this stage, giving him the best that they've got, you'd have thought, for pre-season, getting him into the best shape possible, to have a two-pronged attack again for the start of the season, like it was at the start of last season.
The psychology starts for Max there on screen. 67 career podiums in 69. Start to afternoon session as we ride on board.
It's not so far away. I know that I will make it. Just keep on going, going. Cause there'll be nothing to stop me. It's not so far away. I know that I will make it. Just keep on going, going. Nothing to stop me.
Ninth year? Yeah. He's won 2 championships, but only in the last 2. Whereas you look at Lewis, who won it second year, nearly won it first year, was straight in at the deep end. Max took his time, well, more couldn't get into a championship winning car until recently. But confidence up, Red Bull in a good place again.
And he could be around for another 15 years if he wants to be, couldn't he? He could just keep going and going and going.
Well, you look at Fernando, still going, still motivated. He's 42 in the summer. I mean, that's 17 more years for Max.
Bitch, I be flowing, I'm up with a potion, I'm getting a seat, man, what do you mean? $1,000 in my pocket, it go like a rocket, spent that in a week, and only on G's, but that is okay, cause I steady my profit, I go out for shopping, and double the green, Brody, I'm copping, cause I'm moving fast, and I need me a bag, I be living a dream, me and Jay up in the team, I got the guap in my pocket, I'm talking to the high, walking the scene, you cannot bust with my team, cause we moving too fly, and we send a joker up into the sky, ran out this mouth, and now we really high, think I keep a couple ties, jokers be tweaking, they off of the Zans. They want shit for free, homie, you not my man. So seem like I'm like Bobby Brown with the dance. I'm falling so hard, you just don't understand. And I had a vision, I had a contend. The streets like I'm fighting until it's the end. I know I'm a circle smaller each man. And I see the shit that had messed up my plan. I seen a couple who was faking, switching up the kid and started moving foul with me. If I catch you moving funny, you gon' be the dummy demon coming out of me. We gon' leave you in the rain or fall. Cause I done see it when it rains and pours. And I've been down to feel the pain before. But I ain't going back to pain no more. Bitch, I be flowing, I'm up for the potion, I barely get sleep, man, what do you mean? $1,000 in my pocket, it go like a rocket, spent that in a week, and only on G's, but that is okay, cause cause I steady my profit. I go out for shopping, then double the cream. Like Rolly, I'm copping, cause I'm moving fast and I need me a bag. I be living a dream, yeah. B&J up in the beam, yeah.
Sometime I had a nice fight. Soon as I got it, Lord, I got it. Got me and my brother, my mom,
bitch, I be flowing, I'm up with a potion, I barely get sleep. Man, what do you mean? $1,000 in my pocket, it go like a rocket, spend that in a week, and only on G's. But that is okay, cause I steady my profit, I go out for shopping, then double the green. Rolly, I'm copping, cause I'm moving fast, and I need me a bag, I be living a dream, yeah. B&J up in the beam, yeah. I got the guap in my pocket, I'm talking a lot, how I walk in the scene, yeah. You cannot mess with my team, cause we moving too fly, and we send a joker up into the sky. Right up this bumping, now it's really high, and yeah, think I keep a couple ties, no.
Formula One project, and Dan Fallows is very much heading up the technical department there, and that is very much a change of direction because Andrew Green has been there since the very beginning in all the iterations of that team. But I was very impressed with the way that Dan was talking, about the team that he's got there, about the ideas, the learnings he got from Injury, so many years working with him, and how much I think he has believed that they've got everything that they need. And I think that once he gets given the time and they keep plugging in these resources, they're going to do
As we were saying this morning.
Don't take my love away. Don't take my love away. Why'd you take my love away? Please don't take my love away. When is all the hard work gonna end? Cause I don't even have time for my friends, and I don't even have time for myself. Guess I think you need some help. Miss my calls, but you miss me now. It's all your fault, we're falling down. Fuck me up, I hate you now. But I picked you out of the crowd. Bad bitch, wanna drink all night. I can't let you waste my time. Losing you like suicide. I can't get you off my mind. Don't take my love away. Don't take my love away. Why'd you take my love away? Please don't take my love away.
Drivers were crashing willy-nilly, and again, no hope of points. And by the end of the season, they were steadily there with McLaren and Alpine in a lot of cases. And that's 1 year's worth of development. They've got potential.
Regular Q3 contenders, weren't they, towards the end of last year, and they almost pipped Alfa Romeo to P6 in the constructors, and I think it's probably almost better that they did, so that at least they could make that step forward this year, and it makes it that little bit easier.
If they put Seb on a 2-stop at the end of the year. That's the one thing I remember from that final Grand Prix of the year, is trying to work out what they were doing with these strategies. As we see more cars out on the circuit. And now Charlotte is out there.
Like a playboy, don't play boy, you 21. I was 15 shopping for them chains, boy. Early as a kid in diapers, some shit had to change, boy. Not like these other niggas. I can't know I don't play,
Clearly
boy.
running a big error rate on the rear axle there. The car, they run it further forward. Earlier on with Carlos Sainz in the middle. This time the lunge brake to attach another
And that shit brought me trash.
device full of sensors on it to get some metal on the back. And it will take a while for Leclerc, who's actually pressing on, even though he's got the aero brake off the back.
Oh, you think you gotta come show me something? Red and blue, don't know about that. Come get your bitch, I see it crushing.
On his
woods rushing. Is she bad? No, I'm crushing. You don't stop with all that fuss. Came up grinding, ain't had nothing. You treat me pretty like a playboy, don't play boy. You 21. I was 15 shopping for them chains, boy.
Waiting for this opportunity.
Some shit had to change, boy. Not like these other niggas I get. Can't know I don't play, boy.
It's the bumps of turn number 1.
I done been back to back, but I'm still gonna break them back, and I'm still gonna get these racks. Been broken, I put this on my boat. You won't see me back. I held my hand out for niggas. All that did was hold me back. Shit.
That lap. And normally when you have a
Jace, why you spitting all these
error rake
facts?
on the car,
Just the truth.
one
Otherwise,
thing
I'm
is,
fucking holding
just go
back.
easy on the curves. Just you don't want to break it.
I can't be your man.
Smashing over a curve.
I'm sorry. She a
and just
fucking
putting
fan.
too much stress through.
I get
the
bread.
bit
All
on
these
the back.
fucking bands. I was 7 years old. Oh God, I knew I was the man. Shit dropped out of school. I ain't never had no fucking plan. Got my boy, he fought too, but he shoot like NBA 10.
Needs to
Oh,
find something out.
need help,
at the wheel,
so.
which is a good mindset.
I was down bad, I don't recall you ever give me the fuck. Even when I'm on my ass, I still ain't had enough. And she can't fly on private jets cause she not bad enough.
Running, Southampton about to head out any moment now. Hoping this car can return into winning ways. Last year, the only season in his Formula One career, he did not take a pole position or a victory. And that incredible run, ridiculous run of elite performance coming to an end, but you get the sense that it has just stoked the fires of determination once again.
No
As he aims for something that no driver in the history of sport has ever done.
Oh, hello.
Aims for
No
title
network,
number
यानी
8
no
in
music
Formula
भी.
1.
समझा?
It's a long way from where we feel we're at on day one of testing. We're looking at
अब
Logan
ऑफलाइन मोड पर
Sargent
भी
in the
अपने
car.
मोबाइल पर 30 से भी ज्यादा सॉन्ग्स डाउनलोड
the
करो.
USA adorning
Spotify
his
Mini
helmet.
at just
He is going to be
₹25
the
per week.
first
Tap the banner to
American
know more.
driver
Terms
in
and
Formula
conditions
1
apply.
since Alex Rossi had a few races at the back end of 2015. He will be the first full-timer from the USA if he completes the season since Scott Speed in 2006. And it's been a very interesting journey to the top for this man. The man who went toe-to-toe with Oscar Piastri in Formula 3 was the favourite to win that title earlier on in the season. We're talking about how Oscar Piastri just keeps winning titles year in, year out. Logan Sargent came very close to ending that run. He had contact at Magellan, and we know in Magellan, But as Piastri went up to Formula 2, Sargent struggled funding, didn't know where he would be, had to take drives to keep going, had to join a team that had never won a race in Formula 3, and he changed that. He won with the team. It was a very, very impressive top 10 finish in the championship overall, even though he was really in the championship contender before. Carlin won the championship last year, and Carlin have done this with plenty of drivers. He's the latest, bringing him through Formula 1, and things lined up very, very nicely for him with the silly season in the summer.
Did you see him making Formula 1 as he was commentating on the Leader Series races, the F3 and F2 when he was there? Did you see him when he was coming through thinking, this guy, I remember watching
I tried and it hurts, but I don't hurt myself, and I lied on the worst. Is what you tell
some guys you
yourself,
spot
and I
Charles Leclerc,
need
you spot like
somebody
this guy
to
is
get
Formula
me
1.
out
You
of
see from
hell
even
where I
Formula 3
stay.
or before,
Isn't nice, but you stay here as well, and I tried and it
Sargent
hurts,
when he was
but I
fighting Formula 3
don't hurt
title,
myself,
did you think he had
and I lied on the
It's
worst.
really
Is
interesting
what
going
you
into that
tell
Formula 3
yourself,
championship of 2020.
wanna see
All the
what
chats
it's
about
like to
Piastri.
be held
There
where
was
I stay.
focus on
Isn't
him.
nice, but you
Those who
stay
had seen
here
the
as well.
previous
championship, totally dazzled my eyes. Started a lot of shit. That niggas copied it. Feel like a Mexican put their esophagus on. Step with the blow, don't know what the point is. I would throw hands if a nigga was tight shit. Oh my God, I'll see what the problem is. Niggas come up and forget who the father is. And it's cool, but I missed out of school. My mom was at work.
In 2020, absolutely. When he doesn't make that instant step up, he was third in the championship again. But anyone who saw the championship would know he was very, very tight.
Remember the principal nigga was
the moment you don't take that step up, the moment that your momentum gets interrupted,
I went to LA and
that was his chance to go.
I guess that I wasn't alone. I was happy to get home. Yeah, I was happy to get home.
I tried and it hurts, but I don't hurt myself, and I lied on the worst. Is what you tell yourself, and I need somebody to get me out of hell where I stay. Isn't nice, but you stay here as well, and I tried and it hurts, but I don't hurt myself, and I lied on the worst. Is what you
There are so
tell
many
yourself,
scenarios across the field, including with Pierre Gasly, who was the big winner if you look on paper, from the 19th Constructors' Championship last year to a confident Alpine who were fourth in the Constructors' Championship. He was not their first choice. And there are lots of those scenarios where if it works, no one cares. And Logan Sargent sure won't care that he was not the absolute number one person in the quarter when the previous guy was
Well, as soon as that happens, you know that you're in the team and you just crack on and see what they can do. I know that the team have found that he's had since they joined the junior program. He's come through. There's been a big change for him in terms of the confidence level, the way he's more confident about taking it that what he was. Just coming out of his shell a little bit and just really ingratiating himself with the team. And actually at the moment now, he fits very well within that outfit. And that's exactly what you need when you go into the rookie season when you only get 1.5 days worth of testing.
He's quite a quiet, unassuming chap, isn't he? I think between him and Albon, they have that character trait runs through the whole team, really. But his record is pretty good. As you said, his Formula 3 season was well, it's not a part of the asterisk we eulogised about. And then in Formula 2 last year, a couple of feature race wins, and it was a rookie season for him, and he was very well. And I quite like that Williams had him in their roster and then promoted from within as well. I mean, it's a great chance for Sargent to do something. He didn't finish the top 3 of the Formula 2, he's in 4th again. So in the face of it, it's a big step. But it has shown some promise. I remember speaking to him when he had his first go in Austin last year, and he did have speed through the high speed. I have nowhere near the pace of this car, and there are just big things you've got to step up. There's not so much high speed around this circuit. It'll be 12. The rest of it hasn't got that high speed element, so that'll be something else in time. But he's also been in the car more since then as well. There are just other things that he'll have to get on top of. He's been bullish as a person as well, and even the nicest, most unassuming drivers probably are quite ruthless in a team debrief. We just don't get to see that side of them, and he'll certainly have to be that in Formula 1 because it's very cutthroat. But I'm pleased that Williams have promoted him.
And also he's got a teammate in Alex who I think is going to work with him, not really going to try to make life hard for him. I think Alex has really got all that experience, so he can just focus on the job in hand, try and help Logan settle in as much as possible. I think it was great that the team gave Logan so many FP1s last year, because any track time is good track time, even if it's just if you don't get any points on FP1. You get the opportunity to work with the team, use the radio,
Now she see me getting rich cause I'm about to take off. Yeah, my life is like a movie, this is only take one hit. And I ain't got no time for no fake love.
Then you get into an FP1 when you're on race weekend.
I don't know, but I need something that's for real.
Your car,
She just want designer red bottoms in the hills, California. She just want the limelight, gold digger. She gon' see me when the time's right. Her little bros try to play me. Heard he talking crazy, now he coming to congratulate. I think it's funny how they try to hide the hate and be the first to smile up in your face and show you all this fake love. I can't stand the fake love. Where the love go? Where they go? Where the love go? I can't stand the fake love. Where the love go? Where they go? I can't show no love. Can't show
We
no
can now go downstairs to the paddock where Laura Winter is speaking
show
of the
nobody fake love, cause I've been in my bag lately, getting cash, baby. Don't you act like you been here from day one. Graduated from a son, turned into a big ball. Now she see me getting rich, cause I'm about to take off. Yeah, my life is like a movie, this is only take one hit. I ain't got no time for no fake love. Tell me where the love went, she don't care unless it benefits her budget. And I can tell she only in it for the gold. You had to learn to get it on her own.
Feels quite a lot in a way it was needed as well to spend some time with the family and sort of recharge the battery for this coming season.
It's been a fair few hours running this morning as well. What sort of feedback were you able to share with the team, with Esteban as well, and how did the car feel?
Yeah, it felt great. Able to see everybody excited, knowing how the car was, etc.
Cause I've been in my bag lately, getting cash, baby. Don't you act like you been here from day one. Graduated from a son, turned into a big ball. Now she see me getting rich, cause I'm about to take off. Yeah, my life is like a movie, this is only take one hit. And I ain't got no time for no fake love.
Because from that car, what sort of direction I want to take in terms of car balance, etc. So no, it was very productive. Obviously excited to jump back in there this afternoon. Esteban's going to do some work, and I'll be back tomorrow evening. But so far, I must say we did all our test plans, so I'm satisfied with the work we've done.
Can you elaborate, I'm sure you won't, at all on the strengths and weaknesses you've mentioned? Any surprises, any issues?
no issues, but just areas we can improve, and then yes, I mean it's not going to give any details. You said it yourself, but no, I must say it's quite clear and quite important for me to kind of spot or understand the car as fast as possible.
Why these niggas talking on my name like they know me? I keep a clock, 30 close to me, we getting cozy. I told her Papa Bean, but she said that it for me. They got money on my head, they said, but my niggas it for me. Oh my God, bitch, I'm my own God. Niggas coming at my neck, time to hit with a barrage.
You mentioned there just how you feel within the team. You're settling in well, aren't you?
We got soldiers just like God, and we carry hot rides. Oh my God, let's go.
I must say, you know, it's obviously a big move.
Slide me down below. I was lying when I said love comes and goes. Now I'm back, I'm in my Birkin with my neck on
Something different than what I was used to in the past 9 years. Reset my references and sort of habits and come with a very open mind.
Now you love me, now you for me, tell her that before. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, let's go.
We've worked quite hard with it. I feel ready. I feel ready to start the season. And yeah, no, I mean, it's only about knowing exactly how much potential we got and where we stand compared to others. But at the moment, we better focus on ourselves, and then the practice will show our cards.
Say who love me from the detail. Without in the road of her mouth. Niggas is lacky, blinking, they pop. Y'all black out highway.
Winter standing in the sun of the paddock down there. As we are coming up to 10 to 4 local time. Pushes his way through. We could speak for ages about Pierre Gasly and Esteban Ocon, the dynamic that Alpine find themselves with. When I say Pierre Gasly in 2023,
I say fuck you, then listen to that. Now you love me, now you for me, tell her that before. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, let's go.
Rebuild himself, and now I want to see whether or not he's got what it takes to lead this team. I think he's got the confidence that he has done. We're talking about how much AlphaTauri really going to miss him. I think that he is a massive gain to Alpine. I think it will also keep Esteban on their toes, because Alpine have got to make a decision going forward, haven't they? After Esteban had such a great long contract, are they going to want to extend it beyond that? So yeah, I'm intrigued to see what we're going to make of Pierre. I personally think he's going to go from strength to strength this year, and I think he's really going to push that team forward.
This place on fire and it's burning up. If I stay here, then my days are rough. It's burning up, it's burning up.
Where he's up against a sort of high-rated
I better get out this way.
He's been around for quite a long time, but he started with if I remember correctly, then he then who, you know, was a benchmark, but he was also off the back minimum, so when it takes to get to that time. And then it's had Tsunoda, maybe I've forgotten someone, but I think they're his teammates. He's been very comfortable, I think, with Yuki as a benchmark in an AlphaTauri. I think the whole environment is very much for Gasly.
This place on fire and it's burning up. If I stay here, then my days are rough. It's burning up, it's burning up.
And he was comfortable with his surroundings. He was comfortable with his teammate. He got on very well with Yuki.
I better get out this way, better run away. Better find my way, but once it's in my way.
He's up against a really new team, up against a teammate.
But I
Team really great.
cannot
Esteban Ocon.
I hope I make it in time.
They like him. He's done a good job against Fernando for the last couple of seasons. And so he's a really established benchmark there. So you're right, in terms of the manufacturer team, the fine line again.
Hellfire falling from
the Red Bull is not as intense as the Red Bull time, where he's
gotta
one of the top
outrun
teams.
that.
But it's still
There's no looking
benchmark there of a moving name of a teammate to beat.
This place on fire and it's burning
Makes a really
up.
good point.
If I stay here, then my days are rough. It's burning up, it's
Fernando said he's
burning
driving at peak of his career is quite something. I think he scored such a significant amount of points he then does beat him, and maybe you're right, maybe that just kind of shows that, yeah, it hasn't got what it takes. But if they can end up pushing each other, I think across this season, that's exactly what Alpine are going to need if they are serious about slashing that gap to P3. What was it, 340 odd points last year to the top, to third place Mercedes? That is a gulf to fix. And if they can get those two kind of fighting each other in a positive way, pushing each other up, it could be a really good step in the right direction.
I'm sure we'll revisit this in a few moments' time, but first, Will Buxton's made his way to McLaren.
All not fantastic down here. James Key, you'll just see on the right front there on the wheel brow, just giving it a bit of a wobble, and that's because they're having all sorts of problems with the left front. You won't have seen it because the guys have just moved away from it, but there was a lot of travel. Seems to have been reduced now, but it was moving away from the cake tin on that left front side, really pushing back. Now we saw that a lot, particularly towards the tail end of last year.
Seen a lot of shit, damn it, almost made me vomit. We sent a Hattie to the shoulder, he was already coming before he go in type of tweet, baby, already dumping. Seen her red out on his body, I did dipping and running. See, I can spend a better day, make it back on the money.
Essentially brand new, not great to see these bits. Now it may just be how they have been secured.
I seen a lot of shit, damn it, almost made me vomit.
And the Echo past them.
Before he go in type of tweet, baby, already dumping. Seen her red out on his body, I did dipping and running. See, I can spend a better day, make it back on the money. I got problems in my life, they go deeper than
definite movement out of that left front. They're going to put the tyre on. Suggest that issue has now been resolved. But James Key certainly with a slightly concerned look on his face when he came down to check.
Thank you for the update, Will.
I can't explain you through this pain. Pull me up a pint and then I smoke some very chain. Why you thinking like that? If you know me, then say that. Fuck this shit gon' wait on me, do not say no lie. Damn it, almost made me vomit. Send a Hattie to the shoulder, he was already coming. Before he go in type of tweet,
and the same as the right front as well.
Seen her red out on his body, I did dipping and running. See, I can spend a better day and make it back on the money. But I got problems in my life, they go deeper than money.
Done his first flying lap, so he's straight into a second push lap.
But I still have some problems that are way
His first lap
beyond
is
that.
decent enough, up into 11th, which is pretty much the top of anyone that's got in this afternoon. And then really sneaking a little bit more braking performance down at turn 8 and has a big meaty lockup. I do think that's something we're seeing a lot with Haas. We haven't seen many lockups across the board, actually. A few into turn 10 where you're always getting the unloaded front left. But Haas into some
Listen
of the
to the
straight
incredible story of a 47-year-old
big
mother allegedly
That's where you've got
poisoning
load on the
and
car,
killing 6
you've
of her
got
own family members over 14
in
years.
theory, a great downforce
And
platform
managing
to
to
smash the
remain
brake pedal and
unsuspicious
have
until the police blew the lid off in 2019.
the best stopping power. And they're just Hulkenberg was a little bit later
Spotify
on
Originals
the braking
presents
zone for turn
Death,
1, but another one
Lies
for
and
Magnussen
Cyanide.
this afternoon.
Follow the show and stream now.
Yeah, having another look at that. Kevin Magnussen,
Imagine कीजिए कि आप एक romantic
the rear end out. He's always an exciting driver to watch, whether it be a testing lap, whether it be a Q3
कुछ
lap.
situations को avoid करना tricky हो जाता है, लेकिन Spotify पर ads avoid करना है बिल्कुल simple.
Enjoy ad-free music listening. Go for Spotify Premium individual subscription starting from $119 per month. Tap on the banner to know more. Terms and conditions
It was
apply.
pointed out to me by my director that Jimmy Anderson is top of the cricket test rankings for bowling, and he's in his 40s, so there's no reason you can't perform in that age. If you're watching the part of the world, cricket, it's well worth your time. Yeah.
Well, this is the thing about humanity, isn't it? We're getting more capable. Life expectancies are going longer. We're living for longer generally. Medical treatments are getting better across the board. Why couldn't you top athletes? You would expect to get absolutely carry on. We're not seeing it with Raikkonen when into his 40s. Hamilton's not far away, and now Fernando, 42 this year, and then Kimi, difficult to judge his final year with Alfa Romeo. The car wasn't good. He was okay compared to Fernando Giovinazzi. Fernando and Lewis know that they were as old as they are. You'd say that they could be Verstappen, but I lost Verstappen there.
With Verstappen, Gubbins. It's been a classic testing day.
Feelings that I can't afford. Too much energy.
Now, this is Max Verstappen at turn 4.
Shreds like a photo, so nothing's left. Heart is hollow like all the rest. You put a hole inside my chest. Why? Call for help. I'm alone again by myself. Sun is killing. I feel it burning like a bullet in my head. I'm close to dead.
Pushing
Take
on,
me back
he's
to
still
when there was
P1.
no loneliness. No memories of me and you were all I have.
9, that's Nick de
Wonder
Vries.
if I'll ever feel this hole again. I don't know.
Tell you what, the track temperatures high. We're at 29 degrees there, temperature is a tiny bit higher. I think it's actually getting into the cooler phase, but margin is almost the temperature of the day. Really tight. Day 1 of the first 3 seasons for a long time. Sand is still cleaning up, but no one looks like they're having a car hidden at the moment. Everyone's fighting with seemingly the same issue. Rear instability, the car just on the edge, on the way in there for debris in the AlphaTauri, but everyone's struggling with traction as well. It's a really common thing.
You've just got to crack on there, haven't you, really? Only 3 days of running. It's just better to be out there than not to be out there.
Oh, it's not an answer to sit and wait for someone else to clear the track. They've all got tyres to use up as well. And a lot of the time, they'll be on, there's a scrub set. Lando's just heading out on the seat with tyres, but some of the tyres are really good. You want to keep getting on with it. And they're not going to soft compound as well. Albon and Sargent as well in the Williams. They'll be saving them for a little bit later. Prototype tyres on for Leclerc there, so no serious performance running you wouldn't have thought just yet for Ferrari or anyone given the conditions, but you can still learn at this point. It's only day 1 of this new car.
Exactly, and George Russell was saying the other day that, you know, what other sport has such a pre-season effect.
Landed in the city, but my heart is on the coast. I don't want to look back what my life was like before. I just took a red eye,
I think it's interesting.
in the school,
People,
I
they
got
just
a
want to be in the
spaz
car
out. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I crash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax.
I didn't like it when I was driving. I agree with that.
Oh, that's convenient. That's so good.
Breaking down as well, and it was just a shame. Max having another loss. That one there was the left front because he just nibbled the curb on the entry. Even that is coming down to maybe it's so stiff it's not tired. So we saw a bit of top fibre come off the Haas as well earlier on through the last game, 5, 6, 7. I just got a feeling that Haas did okay, minus the lock-up to the carbon fibre. For a driver that's not been in the car for a while, he did 51 laps and looked very accomplished. But they do seem to be
back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like, brother, how we do this? I've been with my brothers and they must be going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always do this. Trying to take them boys in the benches, needing blue strips.
we can start.
They've proven you wet weather tyre, haven't they? To try and allow us to go racing slightly quicker in the wet. Sometimes we've been in those situations where we're ready to get going.
Till my mama said I made it. I got 30 different races. Did my third eye, I'm moving faceless. I got so caught in on me with no cases. Running from my demons, they send on my aces. I don't do that fake shit.
The issue isn't necessarily
they treat me, they act like don't feel none. So I got a script, I was just trying to feel something. Now I'm alone.
So this is the sort of stalling point that we get with racing in the wet. I don't know why we're talking about the desert right now. We're going to London Grand Prix, and it started off in Japan when it got red flagged in the street. Then the full wets weren't adequate. I don't think there was a case of full wet tyres having aquaplaning. But the visibility was atrocious, and that was the problem for the drivers then. You just can't see anything because actually the wet tyres are dispersing so much water, the ground effect is just amplifying all that effect as well, and you're just blind going around the track, which is obviously extremely hazardous in its own right, so it's twofold.
So those new tyres, I think, are part of a wider plan for the team to work on wet weather aero packages as well. So that will be outside of the testing restrictions, where teams will be allowed to kind of make some changes to the bodywork to try and reduce the amount of spray going forward, and that will be a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. That for me, that's actually the more limiting part. So I rarely see the full wet tyres get properly tested because the visibility just becomes the concern at that point. So the aquaplaning we see from time to time, because everyone's pushing to get on the inters as soon as possible. The wet tyres are too slow when the inters work. So there's all conundrums going on with it, but it's rare that you see like a proper flood conditions when the full wet tyres are aquaplaning. It happens from time to time, but the visibility is often the biggest stopper. With look at the Belgian Grand Prix, that never was last year, the Japanese Grand Prix this year. That's what, and when you're sitting in the car as well, you're on the ground, you don't know enough that you got the full wet tyres on, and then you see nothing. It's not a nice situation to be in. They'll be pleased if they can see a little bit more in the wet. That'll be a big step forward, I think.
So there we go, Jolyon started off sending them out in the wet. Yeah, they can race, and then revised back to the driver position.
It's my commentary position and then my driver's position, but I'm in the commentary with different. Let him go.
Yeah, let him go. There we go. Very good, Sargent fighting the car through turn 4 as he continues to log laps. This is the 8th of his run so far. As I accidentally punched the microphone, sorry if that distorts the speakers at all.
My driver's hat's got cobwebs on now. I'm just all about the commentary hat. Let them race.
You're a broadcaster
a day and a half of testing, and then let's get racing.
3 hours of testing, that's it. The week
more of the good stuff. Logan Sargent, number 2 this year.
Yeah. Unusual choice.
Previously used by exactly. And Verstappen's still a reserve driver. I think I'd be a bit miffed if I'm there on that. He's in the Aston Martin frame, and Aston Martin's a reserve driver, isn't it? So Djokovic is in the car now because I believe he's on some other duties. But he's in. So I think I'd be a little bit peeved if I'm still knocking around as a reserve driver and my number gets pinched by a young whippersnapper.
Yes, whippersnapper, yes.
Do you know why Sargent's number 2?
I do not know. Is this way?
I have
he's done his homework. Yeah.
He wanted to be number 3, but of course he couldn't be. Because whilst there's no number 3 this year, Daniel Ricciardo is number 3, and you've got to be 2 years out before your number gets returned to the pot.
Pinch your number.
Yeah, so Van Dorn has been more than 2 years out, so his number came back into the pot. And apparently, Logan liked the number 2. So we went for it.
I thought it was going to be a great anecdote.
There's not. Well,
family link.
But it also links into his. He had some good races in Formula Renault. And I look back, he finished fourth in the Formula Renault Euro Cup. So it's not been
Left and I lost it.
Almost upsetting.
2018.
Running from it all and it's getting exhausting. It's marathon shit like I'm winning the Boston. I called last week, guess you got busy. I must have hit you 9 times like I shot 50. And I said I was alright, but I'm not really. Like I thought I was alright, but it got tricky.
That's the usual one. Yeah, the karting
my
number.
house with a white picket fence. On the inside, I'm a mess. Gotta come clean, I got things to confess. From the foundation, I'm deeply depressed. And it get a little harder to breathe with each step. I can feel my heart beating out my chest.
Car number 21.
Finally get a little peace when I rest. Get a little sleep when I'm dead.
Fill my veins with artificial love, go down to escape the pain. Fill my drink, pouring out for myself to say goodbye to yesterday. Fill my veins with artificial love, go down to escape the pain. Fill my drink, pour one out for myself to say goodbye to yesterday.
Why you keep it inside till you lash out? Why you got good friends that you bad mouth? Why you throwing stones to the glass house? Why you saying that's factual?
3 hours and 21 minutes to go.
I know you see the
plus
black
the time
cloud
set
sitting
by
over my
Max
head and you
Verstappen
still
that was
go
earlier on
straight.
in the morning session. It was
They said
1:32.9.
the sun gon' come out
And we've
tomorrow,
got
but it
Charlotte
still
Leclerc
gon'
in
rain.
11th place.
Thunderstorm morning, it still won't go away. Sitting in a puddle while I fill my brain with the thoughts of the ways I could kill myself. So I take another pill to conceal conceal my pain, but it's almost like you wanted me to feel your pain, like you thought somehow that would heal your pain, but it never does. And instead of love, we keep looking for drugs. I guess a better buzz. Fill my veins with artificial love, go down to escape the pain. Fill my drink, pour one up for myself to say goodbye to yesterday. Fill my veins with artificial love, go numb to escape the pain. Fill my drink, pour one up for myself to say goodbye to yesterday.
Gutierrez.
Wow.
Was 21.
Would have been properly worried if you'd pulled that out.
No, I did not have that. Did not have that. The search goes on for Daniel Kvyat's number, which is back in the pot. It's been more than 2 years, so someone else can snap that one up.
So do you know why Pietro's got 51, Jenny?
This is the third time.
Pietro, I think that would be a reserve driver number. That's my hunch on Pietro.
These are the worst times. I'm feeling helpless, cause this
I think that
became
must be a
my
reserve driver.
bedroom.
I'm not the number guru.
Well, my colleague Sean Cohen's told me that he's been London. Alex silence, you got it. You got silence.
I'm not. That sounds plausible. You're a football historian. By all means, go for
Charles Leclerc as he heads down to the final quarters of the racetrack. Talking driver numbers. Will Buxton, who just appeared in the box. Number 16.
The way I push away all of our memories, cause I can't cope unless I'm blacking out to erase you and me. I see the same walls every day. I'm waking up and I feel shame, and I don't even know where I am no more, but I'm better off that way. Why do I deserve peace when all I ever say
We've been talking about why drivers
and I
are
didn't deserve your chance? Why would I expect it now from you? What's the use of even being out all night? I'm burning out and
Pretty
I
wild
can't
up here,
even
William.
feel alive. I'm on my mind, I'm on my head. I wish I stayed with you instead. What's the use in even being out all night?
Well, what news do you bring from the pit lane? Anyway, your driver's showing.
Honestly, mate, not a great deal.
This is the inside.
That's simply because after this morning, obviously, for a few drivers, their first runs this afternoon were with the gigantic Spider Claw Pitot tubes.
She from Spain, hold on, speak no English, but she know about the game. Book a flight, I'm feeling like I'm ready for the fame. What do I know? All I line overnight, what a ride, what a time. So from Spain, hold on, speak no English, but she know about the game. Book a flight, I'm feeling like I'm ready for the
Turns up
fame.
to the
What
Grand
do
Prix
I
and
know?
takes part of the race, but you know, they're just supreme.
Running at it like a track star. If I get where I started, I run it back. And when I pull out, it's like NASCAR. And I might turn that boy to a running back. It's all working ends. I get to the bands. I call it like Yoni the money back. I sound like a lamb, just serving like games. It's time for a
And the
chance.
fact
I
they've
look to the future like free bands. Whole lot of money like free lands. And a whole lot of bitches when we land. I'ma do the sauce, I got them thinking that we dance. Whole lot of money takes
very
me.
clean,
You talking like you better got three fans. Do it up too easy like freehand. Doing shit, got them wishing that I can. Yeah, loyalty with the game. Yeah, if they say it, then they got it. And they used to not know the name. Always asking me when I'm dropping. Got it going, now they say I'm popping. Never showing now, cause they watching. Going crazy, why they say stop it. Make a hit and then I go top it. She from Spain. Don't speak no English, but she know about the game. Look up loud, I'm feeling like I'm ready for the fame. What do I know? All I line up. Overnight, what a ride, what a time. So from Spain. Hold on, speak no English, but she know about the game. Look up loud, I'm feeling like I'm ready for the fame. What do I know? All I line up. Overnight, what a ride, what a time. Getting better and I'm going harder. Love the biz, then I turn to start. Always get good, like I'm getting smarter, and I hop in that foreign, it used to be chartered. We going
And
off,
it was that kind of
showing
getting in
off.
there.
Get out the way, they ain't getting right. The ones right behind me won't see me for long. Put her in free in her head. Asking her why she got to do that. Couple blues turning bombs to red. She act like she know me, shit, I'ma say who that. Doing mad, no, mad enough. You living bro, you ain't mad enough. Never said I thought I ever had enough. Talk my shit and then I back it up. She from Spain, don't speak no English, but she know about the game. Look up flat, I'm feeling like I'm ready for the fame. What do I know? All like line up. Overnight, what a ride, what a time, so in Spain. Don't speak no English, but she know about the game. Look up flat, I'm feeling like I'm ready for the fame. What do I know?
Pretty incredible
All
year.
like line up.
So hence this
Overnight,
year,
what a
also
ride,
only
what a
how
time, so
exciting it is when I should have never thought. Why would you not be? You know, why would you not be that confident?
But you think about how difficult it is to record back-to-back titles. It is only the finest few who have taken
Great
three
Wall
in
of
a row.
China is not visible from space. और टोमेटो वेजिटेबल नहीं फ्रूट है तो अनबिलीवेबल
With
लगेगा
that level of
but
confidence, with
these
that
are
assuredness,
facts
and that does
just
come
like
from
कि Spotify
experience.
Premium
And
के
we saw a
सब्सक्रिप्शन के
huge
लिए
step up
सिर्फ
for him
क्रेडिट
last
कार्ड
year.
नहीं डेबिट कार्ड भी
In
एक्सेप्टेबल
terms of
है
his
सब्सक्राइब करो
roundedness
Spotify
of him
Premium
as a
और अगर
racer.
आप हैं नए सब्सक्राइबर
To
तो
imagine
पाओ
where he would
फर्स्ट
take that
मंथ
this
ट्रायल
year
फ्री
is
Tap the banner
is
to
quite
know
incredible.
more.
And,
Monthly subscription fee
not
applies
to
after. Open only to
take
users
away
who
from
haven't
the,
already
I
tried
think,
premium.
huge challenge
Terms
that
and
he will face,
conditions
not just
apply.
from Ferrari, but potentially
Bollywood
from
Zumba playlist.
Mercedes and Lewis Hamilton.
जिसे आप
And
रोज
Lewis,
सुनते हो,
you know, has come
हौली
into
हौली
this
start करते हो,
championship striding.
और
He's
तब तक
confident. He
नहीं
wants to hit the
रुकती
ground
जब तक
running.
प्रॉपर
The
पटोला
momentum
वाली
that they
फील ना आ
took through
जाए
those last couple
तो
of
क्यों ना ये
races,
प्लेलिस्ट
you know, the
शेयर
tail end
करें
of last year,
फेसबुक इंस्टाग्राम
will
और
have put them
स्नैपचैट
in a
पर
really
सो नेक्स्ट
positive
टाइम
frame of mind
hit
coming
the
into
three
this year.
dots
And if
and
that car
share before
can
you play
deliver,
because
you know that
that's
Lewis
the
is
way
going to come
Mahi
in
way.
both barrels absolutely blazing.
There were a lot of times last year when, you know, I'd interview Lewis in the TV pen and he was so down, really, just down about the situation that, you know, he knew he just had a car going into that weekend that he wouldn't be able to compete. So to be able to see that fire back in him and then to see whether he's got what it takes, and I see no reason why he hasn't, to take that
you
point
and
back
fuck
to
all
Red
your
Bull,
friends who don't like you.
it would
I
make
don't
an
want
incredible
this
story
shit. I
this
said
year.
fuck
I think
you
last year
and fuck
also
all your friends.
gave
Fuck
evidence
you,
to the
yeah,
lie
fuck you.
that has been
Can't
propagated for so
save
long that
us
Lewis is
now,
only
cause
a world
we're
champion because of the car that he's had at his
down.
disposal.
They're gonna
And have given Lewis absolutely zero credit for the work that he's done in helping to create not just the team that
fuck
he
you
races
and
at,
fuck
but the
all your
cars that he
friends who
races.
don't like
And
you.
you look
I
at the
don't
bulk
want
of
this
the
shit.
development
I said
that was
fuck
given to
you
Lewis
and
in the
fuck
early
all
stages
your
of last year,
friends.
and how
Fuck
he was
you,
given a car that
yeah,
wasn't
fuck
as
you.
and it was Lewis
The way
that
y'all
took the brunt
bitches
of
be
that.
talking
Lewis
like y'all
that
want
took,
smoke.
you know, the
Come with
lead
me, I'll have you coughing
in
till you
determining
fucking
the
choke.
direction the team needed to
Overdose,
take to
smoked out,
iron
but
out
let me
those
clarify.
very
I'm not the one to
evident
sit around and
difficulties
try
in
to
that car.
rectify
That was effort he
all of my
took,
actions.
and he
Yeah, I know
turned
I'm
it
just an
around.
asshole.
While George
You
was
tried to
pumping
play
in
me,
the
try to
fifth
hit me
place
with the
results over
Rick
and over
roll.
and over again.
But then I came back and I
Lewis
hit
was
you with the swift
grinding
flow.
out
I'm
that
fucked up
hard
and
graft
insecure. I
to
wear a
really
mask
figure
though.
out where,
All that I wanted was a
why,
taste of
and
all the
how
better
that
days. But now you got
wasn't
me
working.
smoking on this fucking lemon haze.
And I do wonder if there was ever even the smallest of inklings after that 2021 battle when Lewis was like, I'm not sure what I want to do. I do wonder whether as he went through last year, it was a reminder that actually, yeah, he still loves it as much as he wants. He still believes in himself as much as he did. It was just confirmation that, you know, he's got it and he's going to keep going for that and he wants that every time.
And incredibly, you know, that kind of a situation could have caused someone to turn around and go, you know what, I don't need this, I'm done, I'm out, I'm finished. But he didn't, he put in the graft and went through the real hardships of last year to help turn that team around. It was phenomenal.
I said, fuck you and fuck all your friends who don't like you. I don't want this shit. I said, fuck you and fuck all your friends. Fuck you, yeah, fuck you.
Everyone outside of the
Take
paddock.
me home, I don't
Teams, of
want to
course, with
fight
their own
no
vested
more. And I
interests,
guess
but
it's dead.
to have a
You
three-team
think
version
you'd be
of
out
what
of
we saw
spite, what
in
for? And I'm over
2021.
this stress.
Or four, or five,
Hardly
but, you
remember
know,
all
let's
the
get a
things I
little
used
bit
to say. Cause life's threatening, all of my mental real estate. My mind is heaven and hell and I just
As
want
we
to
all are
levitate
at this
outside.
stage
It's never
of
enough
the
to just get up and walk away.
proceedings.
I might, yeah, I
Red
might,
Bull very confident
yeah,
down
I
there.
might,
I think that's a quote from Grand Prix.
Could be.
I might, yeah, I
I
might,
think it's
yeah, I
such a
might.
toast to health, wealth and happiness in his missuses, isn't that?
Fuck you and fuck all your friends who don't like you. I don't want this shit. I said fuck you and fuck all your friends.
1966,
Fuck you,
mate.
Very
yeah,
good.
fuck
Great
you.
film.
Can't
It is a great
save
film.
us now, cause we're way,
It's fantastic.
way
I've seen the
down.
cast of that
They're gonna play this
captured on film.
sound
said, fuck you and fuck all your friends. I don't like you, I don't want this shit. I said, fuck you and fuck all your friends. Fuck you, yeah, fuck you.
Brian Bedford.
Super fake, you got me
Well, it's weird because Scott Stoddart drove for Jordan BRM, and then, of course, in the 90s and 2000s, you had Eddie Jordan and Paul Stoddart running Jordan. I mean, no relation, obviously, characters. But then Brian Bedford also did the voice of Robin Hood, and the voice of King John. This is strong set down.
This really does. It's a classic of the genre. I mean, if I told you at the start that you're going to link Grand Prix and the animated Robin Hood,
I wouldn't have been surprised.
Ruthless, this music, and I make shit just to go with it. I lose it when that bass hits, and I boost it till I'm broken in. Shake it when I taste it, and you're wasted. I'm baked in. Holy blonde hair, right there. Empty but we're wondering how we got here.
so Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton, Magnussen, and Norris, Bottas, Freeze, Sargent,
Tell me, do you care?
and Alonso out there, and we have been joined probably in the nick of time.
Just in the nick of time.
In all honesty, by the reigning Formula 2 champion. Dragovic is getting set up with the microphone, and we're going to try and keep somewhat presentable. Switch the microphone on. Felipe, great to see you. Hello, guys. Good day for you. When did you find out you were going to be in the car?
Got a call from the team. Straight to, took my phone, booked a flight to the team and for the simulator to a day of simulation. Just trying to learn and then crash on the
And give us a summation of the morning that you had. You had the slight issue, which brought out the red flag. How were things after that?
After that, it was really good. We got through the whole plan. Obviously, that issue made the schedule a little bit tighter, but after that, everything went smoothly, and we enjoyed it. I'm very thankful for the team that they got the confidence on me to put me on to got this job done, and very happy.
Who wants to ask him if he's racing in the first race of the year? I'll do it. Are you racing in the first race of the year, Felipe?
I don't know. I've been answering this question for 2 hours probably.
Yeah. Do you know when you're going to find out?
No, it all depends from Lance. It depends on his situation.
Because it's his wrist.
That's I think he's recovering. That's the good news. The only good news I have. He's recovering. He's gonna try to be here at the race for sure. But me and Stoffel were both assigned to be here at the race as well. So we need to wait and see to see if we're gonna be racing or not.
And the car that you got to drive this morning, obviously the first driver at Aston Martin to take that out, get it nice
Ross,
prepped
sauce
for
it up.
Fernando this afternoon. How different is it to what the team had last year? Because visibly it looks very different from what the team is saying. How much was there for them?
I think that it's time, we gon' blow. Think it's time, I don't know. 17, I got the dream, paparazzi on the low. When it's time, when it's slow, when it's time, come and go. Time is running out, I think I'm running on my own. Got a brand new girl saying all my songs are fire. I don't even smoke, but tonight I'm getting higher. No need to get faded, I don't need to pick a lighter. Running, keep on going till I'm tired. I'm running, never feeling out of place. All I seem to feel is a target on my back that's holding weight. If I'm honest, all my time is running low, but I'll be straight. I got patient with this way and think I might come up today. Cause there ain't no way to tell about the future, and it's funny. When you looking back, acknowledging the past is 2020. How your vision pans and you can answer how you want a buddy. But the fact of all the matters that this time is always money. Got that Prada on me, iced out, blinging like a lighthouse. Fuck around and have your shorty missing when I bite down. Heading out of sight now, time to catch a flight now. Me and all my dogs is about to get it talking right now. Thinking about the problems my success is finna cause. If you win and then you lose a couple friends, it's not a loss. It's been taking me some minutes just to get my point across. But I finally think they get it, but my time is what they want.
Think that it's time, we gon' blow. Think it's time, I don't know. 17, I got the dream, paparazzi on the low. When it's time, when it's slow, when it's time, come and go. Time is running out, I think I'm running on my own. I just got a brand new girl, saying all my songs are fire. I don't even smoke, but tonight I'm getting higher. No need to get faded, I don't need to pick a liar. Running, keep on going till I'm tired.
I've been moving fast on the gas now. Shorty used to dummy, now she want me, but I'll pass now. We done moving slow, 200 on the dash now. Now I got the proof to back it up, so I'ma brag now. We going crazy, out of control. Look, I know, but I've been on the road. I got a level when I'm on the road. They don't mess with me back in that mode. Now I'ma turn up. We won't let it, we was spitting like donuts. I see them little niggas came before it. They was talking about me, cause you know it. I'm a star. I won't never let them get to me. Way too many snakes up in my grass, don't need no sympathy. It's the fact that everybody died and we still live for me. It's the fact that energies done changed, they wanna sit with me. No, literally, I kill the beat. It's too easy now, man. Shot on gutter. Lay it low and getting bread, you know we stacking to the sun up. Mama say you ain't got nothing nice to say, then you should shut up. But the ones that be supporting y'all, the homies, so it's not
Think that it's time, we gon' blow. Think it's time, I don't know. 17, I got the dream, paparazzi on the low. When it's time, when it's slow, when it's time, come and go. Time is running out, I think I'm running on my own. I just got a brand new girl, saying all my songs are fire. I don't even smoke, but tonight I'm getting higher. No need to get faded, I don't need to pick a lighter. Running, keep on going till I'm tired.
Here last year. How happy were you that it was Bahrain that you got the opportunity? Because you've obviously won around here in Formula 2 before. So it's clearly in up there with your favourite tracks in terms of performance. This is a good one to get the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. You know, to get a call up like that for a reserve driver to go on testing. It's always nice, you know, because I have a lot of track time, and especially that track like this that I know very well and I like so much. So yeah, I think it's something less to worry about.
And a pretty wild start to the year for you, because a couple of weeks ago you were in Sweden, driving on the snow and the ice, and it was huge fun. But you've never driven on the snow and the ice before. You did really well, got to the final of the Nations Cup brilliantly, and then a couple of weeks later you're here.
Just learning how to get focused.
Any of that coming helpful this morning?
I think it's always helpful. Anytime you're in the car, just trying to learn something. For sure, I was driving many times before the season, just to get the feeling back of car control and stuff like that. And it was my first time in the ice. So yeah, I was really learning.
Who did you enjoy racing most of the races? Who did you enjoy racing the most? Well, to be fair, most of them were slow compared to you. You did incredibly well. You showed a lot of people.
There were a lot of proper ready drivers, and they were really quick. I went as fast as it's crazy how well they can handle the car. It's really different from Formula cars,
I got what you want, ain't nothing but a loop. Don't listen to friends, they don't know what's best for you. I want you,
Just reflecting on your Formula 2 season across the board, when you were pushing for driver deals for Formula 1 for this year, did that ever weigh on your mind? I know you have the points lead, but did that ever weigh that there might not be an opportunity where you wanted? Obviously, you wanted a race seat, you got the reserve role. Did that play a part as you were notching up the points in Formula 2?
During the championship I was trying not to think too much about it towards the end, let's say, towards the last quarter of the championship. I started to think more and more about it, and I saw there was not an opportunity that, as a main seat in F1, and I think Aston did give me a really good opportunity as a reserve, giving me this opportunity here and testing as well. To know the car, right here, not just to try to learn and get myself prepared for any future opportunities that might come.
It could be an incredible opportunity. Taking what might be in the first couple of races of the year out of the equation, what does your planned year look like? What's your day-to-day role with the team?
Well, I'm going to be following the team most of the races. As we all know, Stoffel is also reserved for the team, so we're gonna be sharing it. And also schedule it from my YouTube. You ain't gon' make it in life, no aggression. I'm coming back and let me walk on until it reach. Pull up to my element, it's on my teeth. Said I should never be a dreamer. When I'm doing something and you not paid to be a believer. They say more money, more chance, create the problem. Wouldn't have a problem if you walk once a stop.
Do you know which tracks you're going to?
I was watching your career from
You get to work
talk a lot, cause I'm a man on a mission.
Yeah.
in Fernando Alonso. You got to know him Julia.
Yeah.
Watch out,
Before
no way to go.
test
You want
last
to
year.
listen? My circle's smaller like the one in your chest.
And,
One of us
as
and I'm
soon as
more
they
concentrated, so
report
neck. We can argue and bicker, but in
actual
war we
team
gon'
for
connect.
the-
I'll be shooting at your temple like we was some mass text. Big go roll. No, I'm
Was he giving you any advice
Tell me you're the
this
same
morning, or was it mostly you giving him advice before
I start love. Let's come back with my
what to watch out for? How it was happening?
I just pull up to the east. What
We
keep
talked
me
a little
west.
bit to what
Start
we
something.
could
Learn
do
to feel you was tested. Could about a degree. Teach you a lesson. You ain't gon' make it in life.
But after my running,
The team have got Pedro De La Rosa on board this year as their team master. Is it easier to have Pedro Manor, that experience?
I mean, he's not too much into the car, but he knows a lot about it. And he's, as an ambassador, he's always together with the drivers. And there's a lot of things that we were talking a lot about these times when he was Brazil as well. So yeah, it's cool to get into a little bit of
How many drivers has Aston got?
6.
You could do 6.
Well, it's playing with it. What's the faster hits tonight? In the same sudden motion. You heard me, your hand was popping. Way I pull the trigger. Think my gun command me like a spot. Apple don't fall from the tree. Maybe that's why I'm right.
Just on board with Max Verstappen. He continues to log laps.
Here's a question from you being out on track today. Which cars that you were around at the time impressed you?
Most of what I've done was air testing, which needs to stay away from any cars. So I didn't see any cars on track.
You were just staying to yourself.
Yeah, but looking from the TV, obviously Red Bull and Ferrari looked very strong. But it's hard to see as well because I think Russell was doing the tire tests. So with the Mercedes, we need to wait and see a little bit. But they are aiming very high as well. Absolutely.
Max Verstappen pushing on for what was his fastest first sector. What's the secret to success around here? You've won here in Formula 2. What goes into a rapid lap around this racetrack?
There's a lot going into this entire amendment, even in a quali lap. Even a few degrees of tire temperature might make a difference. Uses a lot of brakes, so we need to be really confident on brakes. I don't know if you guys seen like my first push lap. I actually locked up into turn 1, which is difficult because of temperatures as well. But if you're depending on it's not the bump, it's the bump. And then it comes seconds of it, but then just before you're breaking the cars up to the loaded team, so that takes quite some, but also we have tailwind today, so
Felipe, you had an incredibly busy day when you might have been expecting a slightly more relaxed. I'm sure you're not complaining. Have you got what's the plan for the rest of the day? Can we see? Go on, talk us through it.
that corner is very tough on locking up brakes. It's very easy to lock up the inside front wheel there, and did that. But it's something to push and consider a little bit. But yeah, I'll be around doing this stuff. As soon as we finish here, I'm going to go back to the team reserves and watch it. Can I get back in?
Great to have you up here in the commentary box. Phenomenal season in F2 last year. Congratulations on the title for that again, and let's hope you're back in the car at least for a few more sessions for your sake, because certainly that title last year deserves more running than.
Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you for everyone that's watching as well for the support. So yeah, let's see if I get to drive again.
Hope so.
We'll let you go and have a breather after a wild day one.
Yani, no network, no phone calls, sirf music.
Reigning Formula 2 champion and now up and running in Formula 1 with the test session.
अरे Spotify Premium का mini है ना?
As we watch,
Easy download. Just chill.
first of all the Williams and now the Alpine. I'm really pleased you got that running, obviously not the circumstances that anyone wants with Lance, because they gave well soon to Lance Stroll, but you always want the Formula 2 champion climbing the ladder to Formula 1, and even
He's such a good guy.
he's a great guy, he's such an accomplished driver. Said it earlier in the morning session, if you weren't with us, he basically broke the spirit of his competitors last year by just dominating in different ways, building that points tally and then managing it all the way to the title. That strange situation we had last year with all of the championships being won not on the racetrack crossing the line the traditional way. Max Verstappen finds out he's world champion thanks to Johnny Herman in Parc Ferme.
I mean, he did win it on.
He did, but he was unaware, right? So his crowning moment comes in Parc Ferme in the interview afterwards. Felipe watching with his team after he had a prang in the early moments of the Monza race where he secured the title.
In F3.
And in F3, the red flag came out, the timing screen changed, and Martin celebrated. He's on his way to Formula 2. But there you go. It's a very, very odd situation for the top three points.
That Alpine was very difficult to talk last year, but you can hear there's still some shaking going on. If you give it a listen coming down the straight, you'll hear it.
Hold back, don't go, breathe in, out, whoa, cold nights, hot sweats, live fast, die.
There you go. So let's stay on board with this momentarily, because we're going to make our way through turn number 1, 2, 3. There's a replay of the bouncing the wheel was describing, and then you were hearing a bit of debris on the racetrack. And I think as we come out of this replay, we're going to have another look at Bottas with a lockup and a correction while shopping trolling his way through turn number 10. Fantastic crash helmet. See from this angle, not quite excellent design. Makes the correction going down the hill, back straight into turn 11. But never mind turn 11, we have sent Julian Palmer from the combox to the side of the racetrack, made his way to turn number 4, where we can check in.
Hello guys, I've made it to the good spot here. Turn number 4, Lewis Hamilton just comes past. I haven't seen him out here for a while, so he's on track, which is good news. Charles Leclerc's just made his way out as well. I'd say, pretty quiet when I came out here. It was just Valtteri Bottas and Max Verstappen circulating. There's been a few more cars on track since, and the cars look really good out on circuit. I was standing at this point 12 months ago, and the contrast is really stark. First of all, just mentioning
Hey yo, Chili, punch me in. They see me in, I won never losing, but I was just prepping myself for the win. She brought a friend, beat her to pussy, then I go and cop and then hop in the band. She love my music, but say it's confusing, how I ran it up from the start to the end. You just a fan, well I'ma tell you the ins and outs, how I ran it on band. I need that bag today, so I got time to be tripping and writing no love song. Yeah, writing no love song. Yeah, I'll be stop love. Niggas be acting so they got me cruising around with a stick. Cool as a bitch, no, I ain't never gonna lose again. I'm running this shit like AJ. That's my name, little bro, nigga from down LA. Bout 6'1" with a low top fade. Knew that you was gonna get to that cake. Hey, bitch, say my name. Sudoku, nigga, ain't shit changed. Bad that bitch, shawty screaming my name. And the phone sped off with a brand new chain. Nah, nigga, none of these fun. When a nigga pop out of the sun, they the boy cooking up and he hot. If the bitch want it, fuck, gotta find it. She say on smoke, but he lying. If he wanted that, he would come find it. Niggas know we ain't doing no hiding. When we pushing out here, cause it's ours. 33 versus some brand new bitch, yeah, just put that bitch in the drop shot. Up in the kitchen, they cooking on Winnie, but shawty said she want a hot bite. I ate it once and I'm going in the GV, cause her ugly friend wanna cut. No, I can't fuck with that thought, nah. JB pop out with that Glide. They see me in, I wanna be losing, but I was just prepping myself for the win. She brought a friend, beat us the pussy, then I go and cop and then hop in the band. She love my music, but say it's confusing. I ran it up from the start to the end. You just a fan, why I'ma tell you the ins and outs, how I run it on bands. I need that bag today, so I ain't got time to be tripping and writing no love song. Yeah, writing no love song. We all experience love, yeah. Niggas be acting, so they got me cruising around with a stick. Cool as a bitch, no, I ain't never gonna lose again. I'm running this shit. She got some bags, she carrying. All they keep a week, I ain't marrying. If you shoot it at me, then I'm parrying. Hey, yo, nigga, you wicked, you cherry. Sipping on you, wasn't we tryna marry you? Had a pussy in when you Aquarius. I be gone for a week, I get back, we get loose. Say it likely to blow us precarious. AP, bust, drip, water when I sell it out. Big ball, put a dick in the mouth. This keep my niggas ass shit out. You know, she ain't my little secret. In the pussy, I'ma sex bitch out. Got my phone, probably scratching the house. My baby niggas know we bout. She want the money, the power, the glory. She think I'm in love, but I'm fucking a friend. Y'all ain't no friends, and I got some brothers that I know is rocking with me to the end. All of my partners into with each other, and none of them stressing about many bands. She got a man, but shawty a freaking and shit, so I don't give a fuck about a man. They see me in, I wanna be losing, but I was just prepping myself for the win. She brought a friend, beat us the pussy, then I go and cop and then hop in the band. She love my music, but say it's confusing. I ran it up from the start to the end. You just a fan, why I'ma tell you the ins and outs, how I run it on bands. I need that bag today, so I ain't got time to be tripping and writing no love song. Yeah, writing no love song. We all experience love, yeah. Niggas be hating, so they got me cruising around with a stick. Cool as a bitch, no, I ain't never gonna lose again. I'm running this shit.
Not this one. It's golden hour just behind me, and I'm going to move on somewhere else, guys. It's all looking pretty good here.
Thank you very much, Shirley.
And important, the last car past are Jolie and Palmer out on track.
Acting all innocent up in my place. Yeah, you touch shit on it when I'm on way. We not in love, so just get out of the way. Bumping my sins with the best in the cage. These other niggas are under my base. Money the only thing that I'm gon' chase. Now that I'm shining, they suck to embrace. Open the gift ship, it's on with the grace.
He's up to 100 laps in the
Bitch,
day
you
so
at
far.
this super fit style.
Sessions, every other team deciding to run different drivers in the morning, 2 in the afternoon session.
Together, bitch, you running at a time. I just sit and know you every time you in my life. In my life, bitch, you at this super fit style. 4 a.m. saying I miss ya. Get your shit together, bitch, you running at a
He's out on the
time.
circuit.
I just sit and know you every time you in my life.
With his new team, deciding to go to Aston Martin. Slightly unusual in that this is a team building up, they hope, to a championship challenge rather than a proven name like the past with championship pedigree. That's slightly unusual so far, Lawrence watched one last time. How did you read his movement
place. Yeah, you touch shit on it when I'm on way. We not in love, so get out the way. Whopping my sins with the best in the game. These other niggas are under my face. Money the only thing that I'm gon' chase. Now that I'm shining, they start to embrace. Open and get your bitch on with the grace.
Particularly in terms of reliability. And he was looking forward to this year. So you can imagine how excited he was on car about the prospect of just being a few days away to getting the chance to just test out the machine that he would see come into fruition. Confident, like he always is, or at least in my experience. Just believe that he can go there and subject to the operation, really make that car go 2 to 10 seconds faster than the team alongside Jimmy. He believes that. His experience would suggest, and history would suggest, that he's going to be able to do that. It's not ideal, and he admitted that he's only got 3 days of testing, like everybody, admittedly, but he was talking about how it took quite a few races in his first season, rather, at Alpine, to shake off that rust.
Yes.
And so he is envisaging that there might be that kind of process here. There is going to be a lot more on his shoulders, though, isn't there? If Lance doesn't make that first race, there isn't Lance there to maybe help him along with certain things where Lance had that experience of working with Lance for several years now. So I think that's going to make life trickier. But the other thing that was really interesting about Lance came out of it was now he was talking about Lance. They are the most experienced driver by the it's an extraordinary thing to say that Lance has been around for that long. It's impressive that he was talking about how he knows that Lance can actually really deliver. He gets quite effective material.
Both play pretend, now we both really care, then he ghosts me again.
If Fernando Alonso's saying that, I think that's impressive. But it's it might get it's a really interesting thing to come out with very supportive of it.
I feel like you're just saying,
unless you're my mama, I don't owe you no apology. And it feels nice till I wanna explode. Running through the quad, yeah, doing since the get-go. Let's fly to a place we never been to. I've dealt with a lot of things you ain't been through. Hard on my sleeve, so you know a nigga been. Hey, keep you on my side, cause you know the shit on me. I'm sentimental, I just crashed you with it was a rental. I'm mental, raise your girl too, just like the pencil. Patient, now the crib looking like a temple. I hit Johnny Dane to put the diamonds in my dental.
And Fernando was a driver last year.
That's how it's supposed to be, yeah. I used to call you mine, now you a hold of me.
And I think there's a
I used to waste my time, you had control of me. Never let a bitch get a hold of me.
And he was saying actually over the winter, because this is the fittest that he's been in a long time. Especially as obviously had that cycle accident 2 years ago, then only had the face taken out a year later that. So this was a real smooth pre-season. So he's really had some stuff from Formula 1. So he's really hitting the ground running this year.
Let's fly to a place we never been to. I've dealt with a lot of things you ain't been through. Hard on my sleeve, so you know a nigga been. Hey, keep you on my side, cause you know the shit on me. I'm sentimental, I just crashed you with it was a rental. I'm mental, raise your girl too, just like the pencil. I was patient, now the crib looking like a temple. I hit Johnny Dane to put the diamonds in my dental.
A big part of it's going to be
that's how it's supposed to be. I used to call you mine, now you a hold of me. I used to waste my time, you had control of me. Never let a bitch get a hold of me.
If Fernando's strategy is mould around him, he can have to do that. Equally, Lawrence Stroll has been investing hugely in this team. He's got his vision of how things should operate. He's been the one who's been leading the restructure and getting all the big names to the team. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic to see how those two different approaches fuse.
And big personalities as well. There is the potential that it ignites, of course, between those two. But I was talking to Fernando this morning, and he says, I've known Lawrence for such a long time, you know, that he's really excited about this, really looking forward to it. But I don't think there's a person on the panel that doesn't see the potential for trouble if things don't go the way that Lawrence and Fernando would really like it. There is that how the hell
We saw last year with Fernando, he wasn't afraid to tell our people he's done a bad job. He wasn't, afraid to bring the guys.
He's never been afraid. He's never been afraid. Since his early race with the years with Renault, he's always been very forthright with the team. When he was going for championships, he was still getting stuck into the team, sometimes in public as well. Even in those 2005-2006 years. So you're never going to have to guess his move, is the easy way to put it. Good fit. One team hoping to be on a driver who's been there, won in everything he's ever raced, with an elite mentality, a demand for standards. I think that's a well-matched situation.
And he may well have got that at exactly the right time, right on the up. They've got Dan Fallow's technical expertise coming through. They're going to start feeling the benefits of all of this investment they've put in. I know it's going to be a little bit longer until the factories online in May, and a little bit longer after that until next year. If you go on for 2, 3, 4, 5 years' time, you might actually talk about, maybe not being here to get the big but who knows? Like, if things go quickly and they really do climb up the order, Fernando could be.
Just because you see him in the mix. You just want to see the best drivers with machinery that shows off their talent. That's all you ever really want to see. Lewis Hamilton, we spoke about earlier, last year, the first time really that his talent was restricted because of what he had underneath him. Had a dodgy year in 2009 when McLaren got the Calculations wrong at the start. By the middle of the year, they had a B-spec car. And if there was no cost cap, Mercedes last year would have had a B-spec car. As it was, they just had to wait out the year. Still a lot you can learn there, but I think it's still phenomenal that we have Fernando Alonso on the Formula 1 grid, and all the better for him. Absolutely. Hamilton heading to turn number 4. He is turning his 21st lap of the day as he does so. Most laps on the board by anyone so far. 105 with Charles Leclerc, 7th in the times at the moment, and a 1:34.3. More about the laps than the times that you set today, and a little bit of bouncing once
Still
again.
there, isn't it?
It is, Jeremy was telling us earlier that it is a very bumpy main straight here, but the phenomenon of it is there. He was there with his teammate this morning.
It's not as pronounced.
Power to my soul, trying to speak what's on my mind. She don't know the pain I hold, cause I don't message all the time. Most my brothers doing time, they really slinging that iron. Drug deals going wrong, my homie died from the fire. I'll give my life for that. Put all my trust into my dogs, who we stepping at. Wanna make it out the trap, I really know it takes some time. Yeah, I settle down the slide, trying to keep my moves quiet. Know them ops gon' find the time, yeah. I said it's fuck the other side. Yeah, my brother really stepping, we don't care what all they find. We gon' keep our lips shut. I'm good at every time, all these purges in my pocket got me dreaming of me dying. Exhale, we feel the burn in our chest. The same time we burn, we feel when we be up in the tech. I really let them hollow tips burn right through your neck. The disrespectful little hoes is really getting they dome checked. Swear that I don't even got no time to myself. It really seems like I should drop out. Fuck all the help. I know this shit can change my life, yeah. Fuck how they feel. They don't understand the moves, but now I keep it concealed, yeah. Hold on my soul, trying to speak what's from my mind. She don't know the pain I hold, cause I don't message all the time. Most my brothers doing time, they really slanging that iron. Drug deals going wrong, my homie died from the fire. Mentally exhausted. Ever since I started, we all bleed the same blood, and that's some shit you better not fuck with. Losing touch from typing these messages to my conscience. Need to keep back into my heart from when I talked to you. Found it, ripped it up, tore that shit to pieces. So I never trust a single word that I've been hearing. Next time I notice they closed off to the parents. But how am I gonna cope with all the ways that I've been feeling? Baby, you know this wicked pain that's inside of my chest. It's really fucking up my breathing. No, it's filling me with stress. Shawty help me with my feelings. Tired of the antidepressants and all this shit got me singing. Power to my soul, trying to speak what's on my mind. She don't know the pain I hold, cause I don't message all the time. Most my brothers doing time, they really slanging that iron. Drug deals going wrong, my homie died from the fire.
Saudi and Australia with the set compounds, announced those already. What are they looking like, and how have you made those selections?
Yeah, with where you need a lot of traction and braking. Saudi, completely different situation. A lot of lateral energy going into the tires. C2, C3, and C4 is the selection. Melbourne, another type of circuit again, with a new asphalt that was laid down last year. And last year, if you remember, we decided to try a combination with C2, C3, C5 to give a bit more space in between the medium and the soft. We were not really happy with that solution, so we are going with C2, C3, and C4.
There we go. And in terms of testing here, what are you noticing? What are you picking up on out on track from what we've seen so far? Quite limited running, just about 5-6 hours, but
yeah,
we've got some action.
I can tell you that I'm impressed by the lap times because they are already quicker than last year. And everybody was talking about changes of technical regulations. Maybe the car is slower. We saw that from simulations. And we asked the teams, are you sure that you are going so fast from the beginning of the season? And they said yes, and they are through. Unfortunately for us, because this is putting more energy into the tires. In terms of first feedback, I believe there is a different balance between front and rear. Last year, everybody was suffering a little bit of understeer, especially in low-speed corners. We decided to design a front tire that is a bit stronger, but also the new cars are different from last year with a different floor and so on. So probably drivers need some time to adapt to this new situation, because I believe that now they feel the rear a bit weaker compared to last year. Last year the rear was very, very strong, a lot of traction, but then understeer. Now it's more balance, and that means that you feel the rear tire that is probably weaker. But if I look at the lap time, as I said, they are not slower. So it's a matter of balance.
This 22 era of car is continuing to evolve, isn't it? We're seeing many different technical iterations of it along the paddock. There are certain trends evolving, though. Did anything stand out for you from the team launches and indeed the cars we're seeing on track now? Anything surprising or any direction a team has gone in that perhaps you weren't sure of or didn't realise they were going to?
No, not surprises, but as you said, there is a continuous development. Last year, it was the first time with a new car package, and we saw quite a high rate of development, especially at the beginning, but this is continuing. And that's why we decided to change the construction, not just to reduce the understeer, but also to give them a tire with a higher level of integrity. That is why we are using a lower pressure here. For example, we are 2 psi more or less lower than last year. And we have to follow their development. Basically, we have to freeze the tires at the end of previous year, and we know we cannot change it for all the season while the cars are going to be developed hugely during the season. And we ask them to give us a simulation predicting the performance at the end of the season. So it's not very easy for them. It is not very easy for us, but what is important for us is to design a tire that is good from the beginning to the end of the season without requiring any modification.
A mammoth task then. I'm sure you've had a very busy winter preparing for this, and now you get to see it out on track. Beautiful sunshine here. It's a stunning day in Bahrain, and we're expecting this sunshine to remain relatively consistent as well. But we will talk about wet weather. We look back to Imola last year, which was a particularly wet race, and that is where these new wet weather tyres are coming in. Just explain this new development for them.
Yeah, last year we didn't have a lot of opportunities to test wet weather tyres. Drivers were complaining the level of performance of the extreme wet was not at the right level where we wanted to be. The intermediate was working well, but the warm-up and the performance of the wet tire was not right. We had the opportunity, thanks to an agreement that we had with the FIA and the teams, to have an extended period of testing, especially during winter. That was important for us because we had the opportunity to test in cold conditions. And in cold conditions, we tested the new compounds with new ideas, new ingredients, a new philosophy. One of these new compounds was working very, very well. We tested all the compounds without blankets and comparing with the baseline from last year with blankets. And with 7 degrees of track temperature, the new one without blankets was better in terms of warm-up and performance than the old one. We tested again, we tested in Fiorano with Ferrari, we tested in Port Ricard, and then at Portimao with Alfa Tauri. It was not supposed to be a wet test, but it was raining, and we took the opportunity to test the wet tire. In all the 3 conditions and with 6 different drivers, they said, we want these tires. And that's why I sent the request to the FIA to be authorized to change from Imola the wet tire. I believe it's a good step in the right direction.
Yeah, it's exciting to see.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much. A lot going on.
setup change or some sort of change within the car. But you can see this, the amazing shape of this Grand Prix car and how different a direction Mercedes is taking compared to everybody else. Now, on the inside of the front wing end plate above the Ineos logo, you can see 3 checkered flag decals. Now, those checkered flags are not there to say, oh, we want to see the end of the race or the session or whatever. Those are optical contacts or a camera system that will be mounted somewhere on the car to look at how that front wing is moving as the car goes around the lap. So they're optical contacts for a sensor system mounted to the car. And I wonder if they're going to be looking in particular detail at those little grey winglets coming out from the inner face of the front wing end plate. Really neat engineering here from Mercedes, and I think they've done a great job with this front wing. And again, something a lot of teams are going to be looking at. That's something other teams can copy. The zero side pod concept, it will remain very, very difficult for them to be able to, anybody to be able to imitate, who doesn't have the same cooling technology as they do. Though I believe Williams do, but they're not taking full advantage of that for, well, their own design reasons. Working our way along to the very French corner of the pit lane. Alpine, not Alpine, Alpine. They have had a few little issues today, which haven't really been covered, but I noticed earlier on that they've been wrapping the wing mirror supports in a lot of tape on the car, and I think they had a little bit of a fracture found in the wing mirror support. So you saw, I think it was on a Haas last season in Austin, the wing mirror flapping around as a car drove down the track and flying off, and he got called into the pits. Caused a bit of controversy between Haas and Alpine, and I think Aston Martin at the time, after that crash with Lance Stroll and Fernando Alonso. And I wonder if just those wing mirror mountings were found to be not quite as strong as the team had hoped. So a lot of that silver tape had been applied. They did the job and got on with it and got back on track and carried on running, and the car's out on track, but still with that silver tape on the wing mirror support, certainly on one side. So keep an eye on it. McLaren, they're back out on track as well. I don't know if this has been pointed out though. 60th anniversary of McLaren. I think here you see Oscar Piastri's name on the floor. 1963 to 2023. McLaren celebrating a little bit of an anniversary. A little bit low-key here at testing. I think they're going to ramp it up later in the season. And we know McLaren like a special livery. I wonder if there's going to be something a little bit special from this team later in the season. The car out on track, if you're looking really closely at the McLaren who's on board with at the moment, you'll be able to see at the front of the car, there's a little opening here, little just blanked off on this nose, and this little opening is to drive a cooling slot. You see lots of different teams experimenting with these slots, doing different things, and I think McLaren have just bought 2 options. Now, if it's a really hot day, they'll want to open those cooling slots up, but when it gets cooler, like now, the temperature's dropping, it's getting darker, will they swap the noses over and say, look, the driver doesn't need to be so comfortable in the car, because, you know, drivers, he wants them to be comfortable. They will open it, close it up, reduce the drag of the car, and then just carry on running. Alfa Romeo, though, running has been a little bit of an issue for them. You can see what's been going on in the garage somehow on the back of this mechanic's shirt here. He's been doing some Flovis running himself on his shoulders as he's covered in the Flovis dye. But that's what the team have been doing, their own aerodynamic program. But that's not what's being worked on at the moment. You can see the tool tray around the right front brake caliper, or the right front brake package here on Valtteri Bottas's car. The Finnish driver is still sitting in the car very patiently with that very distinctive one-off crash helmet, but the engineers here from Sauber Motorsport are working quite hard on the right front corner of the Alfa Romeo, so not all going to plan on this Swiss-built, Italian-branded, but soon-to-be German-branded car in 2026. The team have been quite secretive about the car as well. They usually are at this time of year, but really more so than normal, so I'm still trying to work out exactly what it is they're trying to hide, because the more secretive they are, the more interested we all get. Take a look at the, you can just see the green lights underneath the Formula 1 T camera, the onboard camera, and you can see the top of the rollover structure. That's an area of the regulations that was changed for the 2023 season, and a lot of people expected those rollover blades to be outlawed, but again, Sauber Motorsport have found a way around those rules, and they've got a rollover blade. They believe it's just as strong, but it's also a much lighter solution, and weight is a really important factor this season, because the weight limit has changed by 2 kilos, but the power unit weight limit has changed. The power units must now weigh 1 kilogram more than than they did last year. Now, the power unit consists of the V6 motor, the battery, the MGUs, and across all of those subsystems, they must find another complete kilo, and that kilo is all on the back of the car. All of the cars in Formula One must comply with a very strict weight distribution window. And actually, by putting an extra kilo on the back, it could bounce some teams out of the weight distribution window. I think it's about 8 kilograms forward to rear. And if you're not in that window, then you're not going to be able to fully optimise the tyres on the car. Well, let's have a look at the Aston Martin, because this is a car I've been really quite excited by and still haven't had a good look at the side pods on the rear. Now, something, if we walk up to the back of the car here, Ed, we should get a good view of. They're doing pit stop practice, but they're going to come into the garage afterwards. You can see, this is part of the trend of the cars this year. The side pods are so steep on the inside of the edge, so you can see just above the Cognizant logo how deeply and how steeply it drops down. It's like a Welsh valley or something. You can fly fighter jets down it. It's so steeply scalloped, and that's the most extreme interpretation of this side pod concept we've seen this year. But it's all getting busy down on pit road as the Haas team come in with their car, those very interesting front wings. They too have a very scalloped side pod, but they're following more of the Ferrari style concept. Not a great surprise. Everything on that car has been made by Dallara or Ferrari, or some bits by Haas themselves. But it's very much a very interesting design from Haas. And I figure as we just work past Haas, we may as well get all the way down the pit lane past AlphaTauri to Williams. Now, AlphaTauri, like I said earlier on, we've seen that AlphaTauri probably have changed the airbox like Red Bull on the car, because Honda has changed the inlet tract on their power unit, hopefully looking for a bit more performance. Honda themselves have said they found gains in the hybrid system, they found better ways of using it, but they haven't actually increased the power of the power unit. Let's not forget they probably had the most powerful power unit at the end of last season with those incredible straight line speeds that we saw from both AlphaTauri and from Red Bull Racing. Still don't understand Nick de Vries's number, but not Nick de Vries, Nick de Vries's number, but we'll come back to that. Now, finally, Williams down this end of the pit lane, the team with the biggest wind tunnel testing allowance of the season. And the reason we talk about that is if you compare what Williams is allowed to do in the wind tunnel in the CFD, it's almost more, it's more than double what Red Bull can do. So in theory, what Williams can do with this car should be more advanced than what Red Bull can do with theirs. But we'll see how it plays out on track, because the Williams team, they do know how to build a good racing car, and I think it's well due for them to show that again. But you can see again with this car, those heavily scalloped side pods. So that was just a quick meander down the pit lane here at pre-season testing in Bahrain. And on that note, down here at Williams, I think it's time, for the first time for me, to throw up to Crofty and Anne. How are you guys doing?
Well, we're very well, Sam.
Good, yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. I tell you what, as it's the first time, we'll keep talking to you for a minute. Marlene.
That's all right.
Can you walk back to Haas while with the cameraman while we're talking? Marlene has tweeted to say Nick de Vries chose number 21 because it was the car's number during his first test for Mercedes and because he won the Formula E title in 2021. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
That makes a huge amount of sense. So there you go, Nick de Vries, a world champion, and that's why he's chosen that, celebrate his championship year. So you sent me back down towards Haas. There was AlphaTauri. I don't know why you're sending me back down to Haas, but I'm going there.
I'm going to tell you now. I've got two things. Look at their pit wall for a minute, and while you do that, the car, by the way, I'm told by Haas, 70% designed and built in Italy, 30% finished off in Banbury this year, which is the most they finished off at their factory in Banbury, and they've had a really good winter. They're very happy with that. Now, have a look at that Haas pit wall. What do you notice about it?
It's very small compared to the other teams.
Exactly.
There's only 3 seats. Aya Komatsu sitting nearest to us, and I can't see who's on the other one. So I guess they're doing their work in the back of the garage.
Yeah, so it's deliberately small because they found out they had a couple of free seats last year that they never really used. And someone said, well, why don't we make the pit wall a bit smaller? And then someone said, well, why do we want to do that? And they said, oh, because we can save some money shipping it around the world because it's that much smaller. And they reckon about $250,000 have been saved in shipping costs by reducing their pit wall for this season, which is pretty impressive in a cost cap era to lose a huge amount of money and to save about $250,000, don't you think?
I think that's really clever, with one proviso: the cost cap doesn't cover travel. Yeah, it's a lovely idea, and it does save. It is an environmental saving, so it's a very good thing to do.
Yeah. Sorry to butt in there, Sam, but remember, Haas, and I believe it was Alfa Romeo as well, from last year at least, were the only two teams on the grid that didn't even reach the cost cap.
Yeah.
So for that, in that reason, 250 grand, did you say, Crofty? Might go a bit of a long way for that team in Banbury and Italy.
But you're right, Sam, it does save quite a bit in terms of sustainability and unneeded excess weight being lugged around the world. And they basically worked out that the strategists can do his work from the back of the garage, and the engineers, race engineers, can be in the garage, and they only need 3 seats on the pit wall for Pete Corolla, the team manager, Ayu Komatsu, and Gunther Steiner. They're going to be the 3 that sit on the pit wall. But I thought, I didn't realise you were going to be down at Haas, but I thought I'd fill you in with why it's only a 3-seater down at Haas this year.
Well, Crofty, I can tell you now that Pete Corolla and Ayu Komatsu are listening to every word we say and laughing about what we're talking about. But I can actually do a little bit of grassing up of their driver, because if they look closely, if Ayu Komatsu looks closely at his data, he'll notice that his driver on the way into the pits had a very big lockup and may have gone over the pit lane speed limit line. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Eagle-eyed Sam Collins.
Brilliant insight, as ever, from Sam.
Seriously, the things we talk about in testing, pit walls, used to be called the Pratt perch, I'm sure it still is.
No idea why.
No idea at all. In various quarters. I actually once, you remember your Super Aguri days? You remember the old...
Painfully well.
Yeah, well, I remember the painful escapade of trying to put the Pratt perch up at Super Aguri.
Oh, yes.
Because I spent a weekend building things with the team in the
That's
garage.
Right.
That was the fiddliest thing.
Was it?
Oh, my.
What makes it so fiddly? Erecting a pit wall, I don't want to call it the name you just called it.
Well, basically, it didn't fit together very well, and it was a few years old, and it wasn't very high tech, and it required an awful lot of physical grunt work to get it all to join up together. It took me hours.
Sounds a lot like driving the car.
Says the former Super Aguri driver, Anthony Davidson, with me in the commentary box.
I mean, consistency goes a long way, Crofty.
And you were very consistent.
In a Formula 1 team, from pit wall design to the car itself.
Oh dear, Jensen loved the fact that he loaned you his car for the previous season. And
It started well, in all honesty, that it started well, and it taught me a lesson in Formula 1, how quickly, when you don't develop your car, how quickly the other teams catch you up and race ahead of you. It was a great showcase. Unfortunately, I was on the receiving end of that, but with a team that had very little, if any, development through the season, it was unbelievable how you could start the year in a good P10, P11 position, both qualifying and race results, and then before the end of the year, we were fighting to not be on the back of the grid. That really goes to show the evolution in Formula 1 just in a season, and I'm not surprised that we come here already faster than this time last year, despite the rule change of the floors being higher. And there's the lockup.
Here comes the Haas.
Well,
Magnussen locking up. Oscar Piastri did it a bit earlier.
I think Oscar Piastri's one was a longer lockup.
I had a lovely chat down at Haas with Gunther Steiner during the couple of hours that we had to roam the paddock and talk to a few people. I mean, obviously in front of a family audience, I can't repeat an awful lot of it. He's absolutely on tip-top form and very much looking forward to this season. He's got a little smirk on his face when you say, "So how's your car? How's the numbers?" There's a wee little smile there.
Really?
That's
interesting.
He's got the driver lineup he really wants. They're going to push each other. They're going to give consistency. Arguably the strongest lineup really Haas have had.
Not that I've got anything against Hulkenberg at all, but did you quiz him on why, if he was the one that made this decision, did you ask him why Hulkenberg and not take a punt on a younger driver?
I think mainly because they want someone to push Kevin, and that Kevin will push them, and that they can give consistency and a solid base from which to progress. I get your point about a younger driver, but they've done that, haven't they? They've done that with Mazepin, they've done that with Mick Schumacher, and it probably didn't work out as they would have hoped.
I think it's fair to say that Mazepin was there because of funding.
Yes, but he was a younger driver.
And a younger driver, but I think, you know...
And it definitely didn't work out how they hoped with him.
Mick Schumacher, I think he threw the car off the track quite a lot. Different drivers learn in different ways, and I think Mick's approach was really to push a bit too hard perhaps early on and back out from that, but the speed was definitely there towards the end of his time at Haas. And there are many people that are surprised, disappointed that he's not still there, because I felt he was improving still. He's a bit of a worker, is Mick Schumacher, and he wasn't just, you don't just chuck him in at the deep end, say like this guy watching on screen could back in his McLaren days where he took the fight to Fernando instantly. Mick's not like that. He's a driver that he's a methodical worker, but I think the thing that really went against him was he crashed a bit too much in a team that couldn't afford that to happen. So as we just covered, but you put now Nico Hülkenberg back in after a 3-year gap, and I'm intrigued to see how he gets on. He's an experienced pair of hands, of course, but a known quantity, and a known quantity that, you know, the facts don't lie. It's yet to score a podium, and you just wonder, like, was there something more exciting out there?
Yeah. I don't know the answer to that one. I'm sure other people will have their views. Daniel Ricciardo might have been an exciting option, but I think Danny wasn't overly keen on going to Haas. Those talks didn't really get going on that one. Gunther was also saying that that with Nico Hülkenberg, when your career comes to an end and it's not your choice, or it's temporarily halted, it's not your choice, drivers, he said, they tend to be very cool about it. It's okay, I've got other things I'm going to do. And Nico, obviously went off, and won them on, and had a very successful time in the World Endurance Championship. He said, but when you give them another chance, then you really see how much they want Formula One and how the desire is still there. And he
That's
said,
a good point.
With Nico, we've seen that already.
That's an interesting point. It's that second or even third or fourth chance for Hülkenberg, isn't it? And I think we saw it with, especially with Magnussen, who really he should still be in with the Peugeot program in the World Endurance Championship, and he finds himself back in Formula One, and he was just loving Formula One, loving being there, and no car comes close to an F1 car in terms of its plushness, its speed, its agility. Nothing comes close to an F1 car, and I think it's easy to get spoiled by that feeling as a driver in F1. And you go away and you think the grass may be greener, and you quickly realise actually no car will ever treat you the same as an F1 car. And when you come back into one, boy are they fast and impressive.
Even for you, winning a world championship, a world champion in WEC, didn't come close to the feeling that you've had driving a Formula One.
When I jumped into that, what was it, the W12 Mercedes last year in Austin for a bit of a promo day, I only had 5 laps in the thing, but my goodness, it's the fastest I've ever been around that track by a good couple of seconds in just 5 laps. And I mean, the cars, especially back then, were just phenomenally quick, and have moved on so much as well from where I left Formula One back in the V8 days. So they're really incredible machines, and that puts a smile on your face.
Yeah. And I'd forgotten as well how great they look under floodlights. And a lot has been made, and we'll talk about this in a little while, of exposed carbon fibre and a lot of black livery to go with the colours this year, but under the lights they look absolutely spectacular. Shame we can't race at night for every single race, but we've got a few night races to come, starting off here in Bahrain, of course, and ending in Abu Dhabi under the lights, and just before that, the week before that, Vegas at night time as well. Right, defending champions, Red Bull. Constructors champions in 2022. The team boss is Christian Horner. I believe Rachel Brooks is with him now.
Christian, good to see you. How was the winter?
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, it was good to have a little bit of time off over Christmas, but it seems a long time ago now.
It does, doesn't it? But it's good to be back racing again. We're here ahead of the first race, which is in just over a week's time. car looks really poised out there on track. You must be pleased with how it's been looking today and how it's performing.
Well, it's been a solid, certainly first session to the day. The second session, obviously, we're into now, and obviously it's an evolution from the 18, the RB18 and RB19. Adapting to these new regulations, I think the team have done a tremendous job over the winter.
It doesn't look like that 25% reduction in wind tunnel time has hampered you too much. Have you seen anything in the competition out there today that would suggest otherwise?
There's some interesting concepts. I mean, a lot of them have been a variance on a theme. Some of them have converged to some of our ideology, and but yeah, that's part of the fascination of Formula One, is that there's all these fantastically talented engineers all coming up with these different interpretations.
Max looks happy. I read body language a lot at testing.
Yeah.
And I've done it in the past. And he looks happy. Back in the garage, there's a smile on his face. And the driver's reporting a good feel.
Well, so far, he got out of the car. I had a brief chat with him at lunchtime. And, he's already into the detail, which is usually quite a positive sign. So I think there's no fundamental flaws with the car. I think it's now getting to know the car. And, of course, we'll only see next weekend just how competitive we are.
Seen a bit of porpoising on the Ferrari and a couple of others today as well. Have you suffered at all with that?
No, but then we didn't really suffer last year, so we weren't expecting to.
All right, great. Well, listen, I hope the rest of the weekend goes just as well. Thanks very much, Christian.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Back to you, Crofty.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you very much, Christian, as well. Porpoising. We're going to be talking a lot about porpoising. Is it back, or did it ever really go away?
I don't think it ever really went away. I think we touched on this in during the first session before lunch, probably there.
But people joining us all the time, you see. So
exactly. So we did touch on it earlier, and it's one of those things. I think it comes with the nature of a ground effects car. It was there back in the days of ground effects in the 70s, and to the point where they ran skirts to seal off the leading edge of the floor and to increase that vacuum effect of the ground effects of the car. The underneath that floor section, there's like a hollowed out bit. So underneath these cars, it kind of goes up as almost like a reverse eggshell shape. Semicircle, where it creates a void, a hollow underneath the floor, and you want to try to create a bit of a pocket of air there to help suck the car down on the floor, create a different pressure basically in that pocket to help suck the car to the floor. And that's what a ground effects car will do. But with that comes a natural amount of porpoising, or you can describe it as an aero flutter. Sometimes describe it as, say, like how a reed petal would flutter on a woodwind instrument, and it creates a sound, whereas it carries bouncing, a high frequency bouncing, and just it's the nature of the beast. That's how you get your downforce, but also it comes with its problems. And in the 70s, they realised that when they created the skirts, it created more ground effects, but it also created an awful ride of the car. So they then realised that they had to get rid of the skirts, and they lost a lot of grip, but it returned the comfort for the driver returned a bit. So it's, in a way, it's history repeating itself. Going up on the floor leading edges by 15 millimeters this year. It's just, they're getting into the same realms as they were back then, back in those days. They're a bit smarter and obviously have better tools with the wind tunnels and their the computational design, that element of things they didn't have back in those days in the 70s. So they're understanding it all the time, where that critical tipping point is. But you can still get it wrong in your setup of the car, and that will never go away. So I know Christian said, we didn't suffer with it last year, and we're still not. But there were times where even the Red Bull was bouncing around last year. It just depends on how low you dare to go with your car and how stiffly sprung you want to run it.
And the fact that we've got 6 sprint events this season where the cars are going into Parc Fermé that much earlier makes setup potentially a bit of a nightmare, because you're going to be going into Parc Fermé just that little bit earlier too, and choosing what is a comfortable, stable platform where you're not going to induce porpoising, you're going to get the maximum out of it. is where you're going to rely a lot on simulation tools as well as that hour of practice that you get before a qualifying takes place.
I think another headache for some of the teams out there, maybe this team we're watching on screen now, Alpine, and teams like McLaren as well, teams that didn't really suffer with this problem last year in the early stages. The more downforce they've put on their car as the year went on last year, and coming into this year as well, the more downforce they find in the wind tunnel, the bigger the problem of porpoising becomes, because with load comes the bouncing and porpoising. It kind of goes hand in hand, and you've got to be clever how you introduce that load to the car without triggering the ill side effects. So teams that were kind of in a way lucked into it last year at the beginning, didn't stuff with porpoising. Say take McLaren for example, they didn't really understand why their car wasn't porpoising. It was great that it wasn't, but when you start introducing more downforce, you might start to trigger problems that you didn't have before without fully understanding why it wasn't there in the first place. So it's a really complicated. You can imagine, but the wind tunnels didn't pick it up properly. That's why Mercedes suffered last year, along with many other teams, and some teams we see today still suffering with it.
You can't simulate porpoising in the wind tunnel because you haven't got the bumps. It excites unless you have a bumpy conveyor belt or a bumpy belt. You're not going to be able to bring the porpoising on.
And of course, they're only allowed to use half scale or 60% maximum wind tunnel models. They can't run the car, the full scale wind tunnel anymore with a full scale car in there. So it's made the life of aerodynamicists much harder than it once was.
Wind tunnel time for this year. We talked about a lot. It's together with the cost cap. F1 now has a sliding scale upwards or downwards from 100% of time that you can spend developing your car in a wind tunnel. I suppose it's a bit like success ballast, but in a completely different guise, isn't it? The more successful you are, the less wind tunnel time you get, rather than the more ballast you put on your car. So I did find a really handy chart to put into context as we see Lewis Hamilton going off. I've seen him do that a couple of times actually, and he's not the only one coming out of turn 4. That'll be policed an awful lot more stringently in 8 days' time, or from 8 days' time. So just to put into context, Aston Martin were 7th, weren't they, in the Constructors' Championship last year.
It's an old face there. It's Jerome D'Ambrosio down at Mercedes.
But I almost didn't recognise Jerome D'Ambrosio, given that he's grown a beard now and he's got glasses on. What's he doing at Mercedes?
I believe he's got some kind of a management role there, dare I say. I don't actually know what he does, but all I know is he is part of the team. We'll have to ask the team later on, but I did hear a rumour that he was around. But I don't know. He was, of course, involved with a Formula E team, wasn't he? I can't. Was it Venturi or honestly, I can't remember. But yeah, apparently he has some kind of management title now at Mercedes. I don't know how it's come about. I don't know exactly what he does, but all I know is that he's here and he's with the team now.
Well, we'll go in.
Yeah.
That'd be good. Right, wind tunnel.
Where were you? Yes, wind tunnels.
100% is for Aston Martin. Yeah. Who gets for that 100%? During an aerodynamic testing period, which can be 8, 9 or 10 weeks, depending, it's blocks of aerodynamic testing periods, 304 wind tunnel runs. Yeah, that's 100%.
So that's what Williams will have.
No, Williams will get 368 because they finished last. They get 115%.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 100% is 7th. In the Constructors' Championship. And of course this all gets reassessed, doesn't it, halfway through the season.
Yeah.
So Aston Martin, they might have narrowly, on count back, lost out to Alfa Romeo, but they get more wind tunnel time now to try and catch them up. As I said, 320 wind tunnel runs, 368 wind tunnel runs for Williams. Mercedes get 256, they get 80%. Ferrari get 240, they get 75%. Red Bull Remember last year, Red Bull
Is
not
this-
happy with the punishment.
Yeah, is this with the punishment or without?
So without the punishment, 224 wind tunnel runs during an ATP, an aerodynamic testing period. Yeah.
Yeah.
Slap on another 10% of that, so 10% of 70%, which makes 63%. Yeah, because it's compounded.
Yeah.
201.6. So the difference between Aston Martin and Red Bull is quite extreme. 118.4 wind tunnel runs. How you get 0.4 of a wind tunnel run, I don't know, to be honest. Logan Sargent picking up, I'm assuming with DRS assisted, a bit of a slipstream behind Lewis Hamilton. Now, if Logan Sargent goes into the Bahrain race and manages to do that, that will be, unless he's unlapping himself, an absolute dream Formula One debut for the man from Florida.
Especially if it's for the lead.
I don't think either necessarily expecting that. So a big difference in the wind tunnel runs, 118 between what Red Bull can do and what Aston Martin can do. So I just want to put that into context, because we hear Christian Horner and we've heard him quite a lot saying, we've been quite heavily penalised. Well, it is another 22, shall we say, wind tunnel runs that they lost during that 8, 9 or 10 week period.
Wow, significant.
Yeah, hope you found that interesting. Hope you find this interesting too. Franz Tost is with Rachel Brooks. Rachel.
I'll do my best, Crofty. I'll do my best for you. Franz, thank you very much for joining us. How are the drivers reporting on the car? What are they saying? What's their feeling like in the car so far today?
So far, positive feedback, I must say, from both of the drivers. We started this morning collecting data, especially on the aerodynamic side. We were out with different racks with all these sensors mounted on there, because it's very, very important to get a good database now at the beginning of the season for the development process during the year, because we don't have so many tests. And Yuki had a very positive feedback in the morning. And also Nick de Vries, I just spoke with him a few minutes ago, is quite positive about the car, and we will see now how good we will perform during the year.
I think during the lunch break, when you were doing your media duties, you mentioned that Nick is giving a lot of feedback to your engineers, almost giving them a headache. He's giving them so much feedback right now on the car.
Yeah, that's true. He did a test for us last year in Abu Dhabi, and afterwards he came up with very good ideas about our car, because last year's car was not so competitive, unfortunately, and he had a long to-do list which he handed over to us, and I must say that nearly all the points we covered, and I hope that this brings us forward and that we will have a successful season.
You said that finishing 9th was a bit of a wake-up call for the engineers in the team. Do you feel that they've responded to that now?
Yes, the 9th place was a big shock for us, because this is not where we expected the team and where the team has to be. And this was a wake-up call for everyone in the company, and the designers, the aerodynamic department, everyone pushed really very hard, and we came up with good results, because I know the weight of the car now, and I knew it from last year, and I must say that we made big progress there, and also on the aerodynamic side. This is what Yuki just told me beforehand. The car is much more stable in the fast and the mid-fast corners in comparison to last year.
We've seen what we think looks like a bit of porpoising going on right now. Is that what you're finding?
We didn't have problems with the porpoising so far. Don't want to say too much. The porpoising you can quite well influence with the right high. If you would have some problems, then maybe you have to lift the car a little bit. Could be that you lose some aero performance, but so far I haven't heard anything about porpoising, about problems from this side.
So that's just the bumpy track then we're seeing around here?
We know it's a bumpy track from the natural side, but porpoising should not be a problem for us, at least not up to now.
You've got an interesting year ahead, haven't you? Because both your drivers will want to outscore the other one, Nick, to show that, he's worthy of a place in this paddock, and 28 is quite old for a rookie these days, unfortunately. And Yuki, because this is his chance to show what he's got, and if he doesn't beat Nick, that makes it a really tough season for him and a tough time in the Red Bull program, I guess.
Yeah, it depends which performance both of the drivers will show. Of course, Yuki is in the third season, but I must say that he did really big progress in the last months, and also during the winter time with the physical training, with the mental training, with everything. He is much more focused nowadays, much more interested in the technical side, and therefore I'm not worried about him. And of course, he has to show a good performance, but also Nick. And I think it's a very good combination. They will push each other. This is what the team needs, and this is how Formula One is generally. It's in every team the same.
Very competitive. Listen, thanks very much for joining us, Franz.
Thank you very much.
You continue to have a good test.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Back to you, Crofty.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Love Franz Tost as we do. Love AlphaTauri as we do. For those of you saying, why is it we can't spot the difference between the AlphaTauri and the Haas this year? Join the club.
Yep.
Yep. We got our work cut out, Anthony Davidson.
I fell foul of that earlier on as well. And it's funny because you picked me up on it, laughing about, oh, that's the AlphaTauri. I think you'll find as it went through turn 12, and this nice clear rear shot the car. It came towards us. With, yeah, but look, you can see why. It looks just like the Haas. He went, that is the Haas. No, it's not the Haas.
And then, of course, AlphaTauri have got the sponsor that Alfa Romeo had last year. That if you think back to 22 races last year, where I'm looking at sponsor detail, I see Alfa Romeo. Yeah. So this is the Haas, we can tell from onboard.
The onboard, you can tell the difference. It's the offboard shot when the car comes towards you.
Yeah.
It's got the white nose, the red rear wing, and that kind of, well, the carbon, that dark colour. It looks so much like the AlphaTauri when they come towards you. Yeah, you've got your work cut out at the start of races, I'd say.
Oh yes, that's going to be.
All four of them, who are likely to be together, aren't they? In all honesty, on the track, they're all four of them will be coming down towards you.
And it's off. Yeah. What is the car? We'll work on it. It's not a problem. All the colours of the rainbow, and we seem to have settled in F1 this year on the old Henry Ford adage. You can have any colour you want as long as it's black.
Yeah.
But there is, so we've talked about weight saving, haven't we, in terms of the exposed carbon fibre that we can see, and the fact that it saves weight, and teams are fighting to save weight on the cars. There is also another side to it, that with many more races that are back-to-back or triple headers, quite often repairs need to be done on the road, as it were, or repairs need to be done quickly after crash damage one weekend and you're needing, the parts for the next weekend. And obviously the quickest way, if a part is to be repaired and painted, well, you've got to do it back at base, and the quickest way to get it to the track is to send it by air freight, which is very, very expensive. And the air freight costs have gone up a huge amount. Now, with exposed carbon fibre that doesn't need painting after you've fixed it, we don't need to send it all the way back to the factory to get the paint job. So, once again, like the Haas pit shed, as has been suggested, rather than pit wall, because it's now gone a little bit small and bijou, three-seater. With being able to do stuff at the track, you're not needing to air freight things around the world. Teams, once again, could save more from their budget. And it's just another little dimension and another little reason as to why we're seeing quite a lot of exposed carbon fibre at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good point actually, and probably one that many people haven't considered. I certainly hadn't. I just thought it was all about the performance of the car on track as we see it, or as the drive would feel it. But yeah, it's only when you start realising the business side of it, the infrastructure, how much money you're going to save in not just flying those heavier parts around the world. Logistically, it's also the repair work you have to do. You don't want to do it at the factory anymore, repaint it, and all that time it takes.
Yeah.
You can do it at the track now.
Well, because quite often you're going from race to race to race, or just from race to race, and you want to be air freighting things around. And I hadn't considered that until I sat and talked to somebody at the team and behind the scenes who put me right on that one. Lando Norris comes back into the pits. I know it's early, it's only day one, but already my first statement from a PR and comms team Yeah, you remember, if you were with us, you'd have seen it. If you weren't with us, there was a lot of work going on around the wheel brows at the front of Lando Norris's McLaren. We could see the heat guns trying to dry out all the glue, and we could see the wheel brows were wobbling quite a bit. And somebody asked McLaren, do you have a particular issue? And McLaren said, we're just conducting some precautionary repairs with the aim of continuing our run plan shortly. Precautionary repairs. They were hanging on by a thread, it looks.
Yeah, they were wobbling around quite a lot, that especially the right one that got repaired.
It's the understatement of the year so far, and I know the year it's not even 2 sessions old. Welcome back to the track, Max Verstappen, fastest time of the day with a 1:32.8. He's completed so far 126 laps today. As we saw previously, a Red Bull with pace and reliability straight out of the box. A lot can happen, Anne, to the next hour and 15 minutes as we actually tick just past. We're 14 minutes past the start time for the race a week on Sunday. So a lot can happen in these conditions. The track should be getting faster. We might see some low fuel runs being conducted. But Verstappen, to have done that many laps and be well ahead of Carlos Sainz by about 0.4 of a second, it's not a bad start.
It's a long old day, 126 laps. Wow, it really starts to take its toll on the body and your concentration levels as well. And it's testament to the car's reliability, all of them, that they can be out there pounding round and round, putting these laps in. Because it didn't seem like long ago that to just get over 100 laps in one day was a pretty big achievement. So, and that comes through reliability of the car itself and the power units. 127 laps now.
Absolutely. In theory,
impressive stuff.
The car should be more reliable this year. Yes, we've had slight tweaks to the regulations, but not a massive overhaul as happens from 21 into 22. So in terms of reliability, the teams have been able to spend quite a bit of time working on reliability and readiness for this season.
Well, you know, fundamentally the hybrid power unit that we have today has been the same since 2014 when it was introduced, this hybrid era in Formula One. And do you remember this time in 2014?
Oh,
that was fun and games for us. I mean, so many teams didn't even make it out for the first day.
Good point.
And look how far they've come now.
But it just shows you, in this sport, if you set the clever people behind the scenes a challenge, they'll rise to it, they'll solve it, and they will produce something pretty epic.
Especially with a driver like this on board.
Now, what do you make of Fernando Alonso here? 6th fastest today with a 1:38.4. The difference between his best time and Felipe Drugovic's best time is around about 0.8 of a second, which, given that Fernando was the most experienced driver in Formula One and Felipe Drugovic was getting into that car for the first time, actually is quite a decent reflection, I think, on the Brazilian driver who lost a lot of time after causing a red flag. Well, it wasn't his fault, it was an electronics issue earlier in the day. But here's Fernando Alonso giving it beans, as you can see, locking up going down the hill.
See just a change on the dash there. I'm not sure exactly what he did change going into that corner, but I should imagine it'd be brake bias. He just makes that adjustment again before turn 11. So what you usually do, because it's a front limited corner turn 10, you always get a bit of front locking as the track dips away and it unloads the front left wheel. So you shift the brake balance rearward before approaching the corner just to help that rotation, to pivot the car around, to give it some yaw. And this is a lock-up, so there's a lack of rotation because of the lock-up, and he's wanting the car to pivot right now, but it's not happening because he's overshot the corner, and then makes that change before turn 10, before turn 9, the kink before turn 10. And I mean, Fernando, I'd love to hear his thoughts right now on the differences between what he felt last year in the Alpine and now in the Aston Martin. You always pick up a completely different read on the car from one to the next. And although the lap times are quite similar and they all look pretty much the same if you strip them off their paint, it would be hard to tell the difference. But wow, they feel different when you're inside the car from one to the other. From the moment you turn the steering wheel and hit the brake pedal or get up back on the power, He's going obviously from one power unit to another. He's gone from the Renault to the Mercedes, and so many different senses coming at you. That I'd love to know all his thoughts, and I bet the debriefs are fascinating. And of course, he's thorough. He's a experienced driver with a lot to say, and he's very demanding. It would be such an impressive debrief to sit down and listen to all of the details that are different from last year's experiences to how this car behaves.
First time he's driven a Mercedes engine. Minardi, Renault.
Well, what about when he was at McLaren?
Oh, sorry. No, that was Honda, wasn't it?
No, when he was with Lewis at McLaren.
Ah, okay.
That was a Mercedes.
Yeah, that was a Mercedes.
Not a hybrid.
A current hybrid.
Yeah.
I was just trying to go through his career. And it's 21st season. We go quite a way back. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like further. Yeah, he's still going.
I was just about to say, oh, yeah, it's that year at McLaren. Yeah, we've forgotten all about that. I was actually having a chat with Martin Whitmarsh, the CEO at Aston Martin, and Pedro de la Rosa about 2007 earlier today. They can laugh about it now.
Who was test driver and reserve driver at the team back then?
That's right.
2007, yeah.
Yeah, and rather embroiled in the whole Spygate controversy. And we were just reminiscing about old times on that one, and teasing Pedro rather a lot.
Things that probably can't be repeated during this live broadcast.
But it did make me chuckle a little bit, some of the comments. But in terms of the current crop, the recent engine, is there a massive difference between the engine that Fernando would have had last year at Alpine and the engine he's got this year in that Mercedes? As a driver,
depends what you mean by. Yeah, I mean,
is there a difference in the drivability?
Yeah, there will be, definitely. I mean, you're talking about drivers that can feel the difference between 1 psi of tyre pressure.
Right, okay.
From one corner of the car. So of course you're going to pick up on the differences of how a power unit behaves when you put your foot down, or how it feels when you downshift or upshift. There's so many details to it, and is it massively different? No, probably not. But there certainly are many differences that a keen eye will pick up on.
I would imagine as well that there's a difference in the steering wheel and the setup on that.
Hugely. I mean, they all do a very similar thing. Like I said, with the controls, I don't know the Aston Martin steering wheel that well, and I didn't know what Fernando was actually changing before turn 9 and 10. But my guess would be that he's playing with either the brake bias or the brake migration mechanism within that can shift it from more front braking to rear braking as you slow down or release your pressure from the brake. All of the cars have a very similar mechanism, but they call them different things, and they'll be in a different position on the steering wheel. So you've got to learn. You've got to learn the terminology and also the location of where that is, and that, to be fair, that's where the simulator massively comes into it.
Yeah, and he will have been in the sim.
You get that muscle memory going on.
Yeah,
and that's an important thing.
Like learning to play the guitar or something like that. It's all muscle memory.
Yeah.
I stopped after a couple of chords. It
look
wasn't
at that.
working for me. He was trying to hang on. So the track limits was Logan Sargent, who's put in a 1:34.3 as his best time. So 9th fastest on the day overall. 55 laps he's completed this afternoon. It's probably a good thing for Williams with a rookie, as Valtteri Bottas runs wide out of turn 10. Is it a good thing to think Williams that the rookie's got half a day for his first day? You wouldn't want to chuck him straight in and say, well, Max Verstappen's probably going to do about 170 laps. Could you try and match that?
No way. I think they've played it just right there down at Williams, and for all the teams that have run rookies out there today, you don't want to bombard them, and you want to be kind to them as well, like Williams have done. You want to give them the best session in terms of its grip. So the track will be at its grippiest now. The sun's gone down. The cooler air brings higher density to the air and therefore a bit more downforce at high speed, and you get a bit more grip from the tyre to the road surface and less degradation. So everything's a little bit easier when it's cooler, and at the end of the day where there's most rubber's gone down. So it makes sense to give the lesser experienced driver that valuable track time when the track's at its best.
Chris Baldwin, hello. Chris asks, what consists of a wind tunnel run, Crofty? Is that a day, or is a run a 1 hour session? A wind tunnel run, I think, defined as any period between the airspeed rising and falling above and below 5 meters per second. So it's not necessarily a length of time, it's what the airspeed is doing, if that makes sense.
Basically, when you hit stop or start on your wind tunnel, that's when the clock starts ticking. So, yeah, there's a lot of interpretation, I think, comes into play in terms of it's a very secretive world, and you'll never find out the true answer here. And I might be second guessing and reading between the lines, but because it's so secretive, it seems to be that there's a clever way in how you can use your wind tunnel, and a way that may be wasting you a bit of time in terms of how you prepare your runs before you hit that go button.
Right, okay.
So, as always, you'll find that the better teams are better prepared before they hit that go button, and therefore you can help to mitigate some of those losses of time that comes with the natural handicap of, like you said, the balance of performance by being successful.
Helps if you have your own wind tunnel then, and you're not having to use someone else's over the course of a weekend, that you can better prepare because you've got more time to prepare, as it were.
Well, I think the beauty of having your own wind tunnel is that you know it better than anybody else.
Yeah. But you also get it in the optimum condition too.
Yeah.
You go into a wind tunnel, say you're hiring out or you're renting somebody else's wind tunnel. You don't know what the state's going to be like when you get to that wind tunnel. They might have been putting a load of Flow-Vis paints over some parts. There might be Flow-Vis paint everywhere, and a bit of detritus here and there, and you've got to clean it all up. You haven't got time because you've only got the weekend to do it. To have your own, state-of-the-art wind tunnel is still, I think, very much optimum in Formula One. That's why Aston Martin are going to be investing in it.
That's why McLaren are building their new wind tunnel as well. So yeah, it is definitely better to have your own wind tunnel. Ferrari used to use Toyota's wind tunnel.
They did. Everyone used to use Toyota.
Everybody. It was state of the art back in the day, and but I think teams were realising that actually, if we do have our own and go through the painful teething trouble of setting it up, building it in the first place, setting it up, getting the correlation correct, and learning it, understanding it, and utilising it the best we can, it will, in the long run, it will pay dividends.
Yeah.
Rather than just going for a quick fix solution of just using somebody else's that's very good, but it ain't yours. And it's a bit like borrowing somebody else's car. You got to get the seat position right. Well, I certainly do, especially if I was taken over from you. Your laid back geezer driving.
That was a great drive. That was a brilliant drive to Belgium. I thoroughly enjoyed driving you to Spa with one arm sticking out of the window.
It suits you. It's how Crofty drives. One arm out of the air. Of course he does. But yeah, it's like taking over somebody else's car, and you might find what you think is a nice seat position. It feels comfortable by the end of your journey. It's never as nice as it being your car. When you get back into your car, you know where everything is. It's all just second nature, and that's, I guess, what it's like for the simplistic view. Must be what it's like owning and running your own wind tunnel compared to renting someone else.
You're just a fidget in a car, though. You never stop adjusting your seat position.
It's because I don't fit. I think they're all too big for me. They don't cater for the slighter gentleman.
Well, there are cars, it's just you don't want to drive them. You just drive a van instead.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the van.
No, nothing wrong with the van whatsoever. Oh dear.
Said Lando Norris, never.
Never. He's not going to drive a van around Monaco, is he? To be honest, as the Williams goes off in the background. Jake Michael Thompson. Can the FIA force livery changes if two different teams' colours are too much alike?
Good question.
A very good question. If Tom from the FIA is listening, you might want to comment on this one. I don't think they can, but I think they should be able to be honest. I'd be all up for that. And sorry, we don't like your livery. It's too similar. But then which one would have to change? Would it be whoever painted their car first?
Oh, yeah, maybe you'd have to submit your car first.
Yeah. Or just rock, paper, scissors. It's the only way to sort it out. It really is.
So that was Logan Sargent going off in turn 10 in the background as we were focusing on Norris at the time. And then we went to the onboard and you could see it just made a diff change. So the differential of the car. And you can open or close the diff depending on which situation you're in, entering the corner or mid-corner or just as you exit the corner. A more open differential will help to rotate one wheel faster than the other and help to rotate the actual car in that process. So the inside wheel will be spinning faster, therefore, with a more open diff than the outside wheel, and that helps to rotate the car around the corner to pivot the car, like I was talking about earlier on. If you say like a go-kart, for example, a solid rear axle, it has no diff. So as you try to turn, if you ever push the go-kart along, you turn the steering wheel, the thing slows down dramatically because it just won't turn because the rear wheel is just trying to go straight as you turn the steering wheel because it's just trying to push itself on. That's what a locked diff gives you, that feeling of a lack of rotation as you turn into the corner. So you're trying to play it. Under braking, you want the diff to be quite locked.
Yes.
That gives you nice stability. Yes, exactly. Because you haven't got one wheel going faster than the other and it doesn't snake around. So you want a bit of a locked diff in braking and acceleration. But into the corner, that critical point that you turn in and you want to get that extra bit of rotation, that's when all the fun and games start happening with a diff. And then as you start getting back on the power as well, you don't want it to lock too quickly, especially in a slow speed corner or even a corner like that we saw Lando come around turn 14, 15 onto the main straight. You're balancing everything on the throttle pedal and the steering, and you don't want the diff to be doing the wrong thing at that moment and suddenly snapping you round. Or here's a good example as well, exit turn 2.
Yeah.
You don't want it doing all funny things. So, and you can control that to a certain extent from inside the car. You can open it a bit more for one corner, close it a bit more for another, and it's
not the easiest thing to do.
It's really not the easiest thing to do. To think, right, I remember how the car felt that last time around. This time when I approach that corner, I'm going to do this or that to try and help my cornering.
So you're trying to pivot the car round to get it straighter, quicker, to get on the power quicker.
Yeah,
is that a simplistic way of looking at it?
Yeah, it is. Definitely in a slow speed corner, and then you can have another element to the diff, say like in the high speed situation, you've got a diff control for just high speed, where you might even be flat out going around a corner. So like turn 12, for example, here might be flat out in qualifying, but the diff might be a bit too locked through there, pushing the car, creating a bit more understeer, and even though the aero of the car, the aerodynamics is dominating your grip and balance at that point, the mechanical balance still has a big influence. So if you can play with the diff in a corner like that, for example, it can all help to ease things up for you from inside the car. So the driver's thinking about these things constantly. It's not just push the pedals and turn the steering wheel. I can see your mind's blown.
Honestly, it's hurting my brain, let alone the person in the car, quite frankly. We got just under an hour to go, Ant, of the first day of 3 days of pre-season testing. There's Lewis Hamilton out on the track, lap 49 for him, with the third fastest time, behind Sainz, behind Verstappen, and maybe we can follow this lap all the way through to its completion. Now we're looking at tyres. We've got it's one of the medium tyres on there. So if it's just the Pirelli painted on the sidewall, that's the C3, and the line is the C4. Is that right? It's a C3 or a C4. And
I'm not ignoring you.
No, you're just trying to look it up. You're a very, very nice man for that one.
The yellow text only is the C2.
Oh, yes.
The yellow lettering and the yellow line is the C3.
I knew I'd do that. I absolutely knew I'd do that, and I almost think I did it on purpose because we have 6 tyre compounds this year, ladies and gentlemen. 6, and they start at 0.
Of course.
Because 0 is last year's C1 tyre. Yeah?
Yeah.
This year's C1 tyre is the new tyre that's slotted in between last year's C1 and C2.
So, yeah.
So we start at 0. Thanks, Pirelli, for that one.
So the teams thought last year that the hardest tyre in the range, the C1, and the C2, it was a too big a gap in performance between two. So
no one wanted to use C1.
Yeah, they've injected another intermediate step between those two, and they've had to shift the C1 towards the C. Now it's the C0.
Why don't they just keep it at C1?
I don't know.
I don't see why we had to have a C0.
So all the rest are the same. So the C5 with the red text and red line is the softest. The C4 is just the text, the red text only.
No, because
C3 is, we've covered that one, the yellow text and the yellow line.
Because it's going to be hard, medium, and soft when it comes to the race anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, come race, you're not going to have the mix and match.
That's
of
the continuous
text
line.
with lines.
Lando Norris is not there. I just C0. Stop it.
White text only, C0, hardest tyre we have. So if you see that on somebody's car and you go, oh, lap times don't look that tasty for them, it's because they're on the hardest tyre.
Yeah, which was the C1 last year.
Yeah.
The C1 is the new one.
You just wait till the C1.5 comes out in 2024.
Oh, please don't. Oh dear. Let's go back. Let's go back to wind tunnels.
Oh, hang on, Crofty. Before we do that,
is that a prototype?
you've got the prototype tyre.
Oh dear.
Which has no text or colour markings on it at all. Yeah.
See that one. That's the name of the prototype.
Yep.
And I have to say, Nick de Vries, all at sea, going through that corner. That was a little scruffy at the top of the hill. Now, whether the wind has got up just a little bit. Trouble is with the lights go. When it gets a bit dark, I can't see the flags very well. It is still pretty stiff and breezy. And he had a tailwind coming out of turn 12. Your windsock photo that you tweeted is still relevant.
Well, I don't think it's tweeted, Crofty.
No.
It won't upload. Gutted.
And has taken.
I rarely tweet, and the time I come to tweet, it's not working.
You've taken 2 photos today of windsocks, and you were really, really proud of your windsock photo collection. Honestly.
If Nick de Vries had seen that photo before getting in the car, he would have known not to carry so much speed through turn 6 and 7, and he wouldn't have run wide on the exit. Because that's where the crosswind is. So blow in the car on the exit of turn 7.
Why has Nick de Vries struggled today? See Elon Musk. Is that what you're saying? It's his fault. Right. Dan Vitali says, what's stopping a team? Tyres and wind tunnels. This is testing chat today.
Yeah.
What is stopping a team from running their wind tunnel 24/7 if they found, as you say, a clever way of adding or removing test articles? It's a very good question, which brings me then to wind on time in hours. And there's a sliding scale for that as well. So 100% for the 7th team of the Constructors' Championship is 80 hours within an aerodynamic testing period. Yeah. Red Bull get 50.4 hours because of their penalty for being champions and their penalty for breaching the cost cap on top of that. So there is a wind on. There's wind tunnel runs and there's wind on time as well.
But I think the question might be alluding to how is it policed?
Well, the FIA...
On to your next page.
To my next page. How is it policed? Well, isn't there... The FIA can see all the data for the wind tunnels, and they're allowed access into the factories.
Yeah, at any point they can arrive at the factory. They have access to all of the data, so they can tell when the wind tunnel's been activated. And also on top of that, just in case a little bit of fudgery goes on with the data, they have 24/7 CCTV FIA cameras inside everyone's wind tunnel from multiple directions as well. Wow. Oh yeah. They ain't getting away with that.
No, we need that on the channel. That'd be great.
You need that in the commentary box.
What, wind on? Every time
wind
we
on
open our
time.
mouth.
Oh, sorry, that's a minute into the. You're out of wind tunnel time, Crofty.
You're out of
wind
breath.
on time.
Oh dear. Tom from the FIA is listening intently today. It's the second time he's come back to answer our queries. He said, regarding liveries, ladies and gentlemen, it's both the FIA together with F1. So the governing body and the commercial rights holder that approve the liveries. I saw Stefano Domenicali last night. I should have had a word with him about the Haas and the AlphaTauri. He'll be here tomorrow.
Well, we wouldn't have known because we hadn't seen the shot of them coming head on towards us.
Good place. Well, we know now. We'll go together. You and I. We'll go and have a chat. So, can you tell the difference? Let's see what he says.
Yeah, we hold up a card in front of him, of a head-on shot of first of all the Haas and then the AlphaTauri, and then vice versa. And which is which? Got a second to give us the answer.
Thank you, Tom from the FIA. This could be a theme for testing now. Tweets answered by Tom.
Tweets for Tom.
Tweets for Tom. We've got F1 drivers reverse parking and tweets for Tom. These are our creative ideas, and it's only day one, ladies and gentlemen.
It's good though. You need to get this stuff out on the table with day one.
Oh dear. What have I missed so far? What's going on with McLaren? Says Jay. And people are joining us all the time. So Lando Norris is now 8th fastest. He's done 31 laps. He's lost quite a bit of time in this afternoon session because of a problem with the wheel brows, which just basically looked like they needed reinforcing.
Yeah.
Just a touch.
Very flexible in the wrong way. I mean, it should be solid structure there, and they were starting to flap around to the point where they pulled the car into the garage and had to make a pretty comprehensive repair job. Fernando's on a good lap here. Car looks good. It's a good time of day to be doing this. Looks like it's a brand new set of the C3 tyre. Yeah, middle sector is personal best as well. Only 2.5 tenths down on Verstappen's time of a 32.8. Glad we're staying with these pictures here. Fernando off the limit.
What a story that would be today for Fernando Alonso, albeit
here we go.
A lot later in the session than when Max set his time.
Wow,
set the second fastest time.
And the fastest last sector.
I know, of the day. What a story. Fernando Alonso, 3/100ths of a second behind Max Verstappen.
Has he finally chosen a team at the right time?
No wonder Mike...
It had to happen at some point, didn't it, in his career?
No wonder Mike Crack was grinning when I saw him earlier. He looks a very happy chap.
Wow, that's a very handy lap time. Basically, as fast as Verstappen.
Yeah, the last sector.
Both on a 32.8.
Absolutely brilliant. Here is Verstappen's car. With Verstappen sat in it. But with 48 minutes to go, setup changes, looking at...
Here we go. So all these shiny I'm looking for the shiny sidewalls of the tyres, a telltale that they're all on new tyres. And Leclerc's done 2 personal bests as well. Not as fast as Fernando Alonso.
Or his teammate Carlos Sainz from this morning. Or Verstappen, who's still out in front. So this is an interesting time here. We're just on the cusp of Q3 time. Were we at qualifying a week on Saturday, and a couple of maybe lighter fuel runs there, taking Fernando Alonso second fastest, Charles Leclerc 4th fastest. While we watch Lewis Hamilton at the wheel, let's see what is happening down at Red Bull. Rachel Brooks.
Hi Crofty, yes, I've come down to have a look in the pit lane here, and just moments ago when Max Verstappen's car came in, it came down off the jack when it came in, so you can see now Jonathan Wheatley there with a couple of the mechanics looking really closely at the jack concern. It's actually, they saw some marks on this one here in front of me, and they're comparing the two right now to see if they've got a problem with these jacks going forward, but it happened here just now, so Max's car is back in the garage. A couple of guys had a look underneath to see if there was any damage. But some concerns about this at the moment. But as we know, testing isn't just the cars, it's all the equipment up and down this pit lane as well. It's mechanics and engineers, making sure they all know their job, and they'll bring new little bits of equipment like this to the race, to the testing sessions to see if they work. Last year, of course, we had those rear jacks where they had to jump on them to lift the cars up because the weight had increased so much. And they had to find out who in their team was fit enough to be able to lift the rear of the car. But this is the jack concern that caused them an issue earlier. So that seems to be no problem. Red Bull's only problem so far today.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rachel. That time from Max Verstappen of a 1:32.8, the fastest time we've had. Valtteri Bottas, does that look like a shiny new set of tyres? It does to me, and as he sets off on his latest run in the Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, when I spoke to Pierre Hamlin from AlphaTauri yesterday, Nick de Vries's engineer he was of course Pierre Gasly's engineer last year. He was saying this is the time of day one, where we'll start to focus on performance runs. You'll see all the teams doing that. So he said, and he got it absolutely spot on, aero rakes running first thing in the morning, and then sneaking the car down in terms of ride heights, focusing just on the correlation side of things as the day goes on. After lunch, sun will set, start to focus on the performance runs, take a bit of fuel out of the car, and turn the engine up slightly as well, and all those things that come with performance runs, as we know. And that's the format of the day. And so now I'm not surprised to see those shiny sidewalls on all the cars, and we're seeing some faster lap times on the board.
We certainly are.
And drivers pushing harder as well. You can see that Bottas there at the wheel of the Alfa Romeo, pushing hard, going off the track slightly at the exit of turn 12. A few more lockups here and there. You're not in race mode anymore. You're hustling the car around. Fernando was impressive as always. I mean, 42 years old. Where's he finding the motivation? I retired when I was 42. He's still in Formula 1.
He's finding the motivation. He's just one of those supremely driven athletes. Fernando,
I'm reading a quite a fascinating book at the moment. By an ex-athlete, a rower, I think a female rower, called Mind Games. If you're intrigued into what makes an athlete tick, I can highly recommend it.
Do you play mind games in rowing?
No, it's about your own mind. Games you play with your own mind.
Right.
Yeah, the whole psychology around what makes an athlete tick.
You see this
from all different sports. She was a rower. An Olympic at Olympic level,
right?
Yeah, brilliant, really, really fascinating. I can. One interesting thing, sibling rivalries.
Yeah.
Statistically, you have a higher chance of seeing a top-performing athlete as the second-born sibling, not the first.
Because they're always in competition with their elder sibling?
Statistically, it's something like over 60 or 70% of all successful athletes are the second sibling. Wow. It's some massively high percentage. Yeah, exactly that. You're constantly, nothing's good enough. Whatever you do, nothing's good enoff.
Has Fernando got an older brother?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's not always the case, of course, but yeah, have a read of it. It's interesting. And all of those pitfalls you come across as an athlete, you're fighting your own mind a lot of the time.
Absolutely.
Fernando's just one of those people that can't find motivation year after year, no matter how old he is. For him, the age is really, I know it's a cliche, the age is just a number. He's still as hungry as he ever was.
Yes, still 21. He really is. Tadjistante, I hope I pronounced your name properly, says, what's going on with Mercedes today? Sandbagging or really worried? Well, fifth fastest at the moment with Lewis Hamilton. George Russell did his stint this morning with 69 laps. I don't want to read too much into the times. We're all getting really excited now because look, there's somebody up there that isn't one of the top three teams. But it would be interesting to answer that question maybe in 40 minutes' time, to see if Lewis Hamilton is going to go out and do a more low-fuel run. It is not in Mercedes' nature necessarily to be chasing lap times in testing, but surely after the year they had last year, and they'll want to be trying some more kind of speedier performance runs to see if what they think they've got for this year actually does correlate onto the track in terms of performance.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's going to be looking more towards performance towards the end of the day when it just seems like the most natural thing to do when the track is at its most relevant, or one of the most relevant points in the proceedings over the next couple of days here. So, like we said, some teams are deciding to top and tail it with their drivers, Mercedes being one of those teams. It was George that started the day, Lewis ending the day, so he gets optimal track conditions for today.
Yep.
So you'd have to say, therefore, tomorrow it's got to be, it should be George. Who do the afternoon, maybe tomorrow. Or,
and then what do they do on the final?
Yeah, I don't know how they approach it that way. But there's a clear focus, as we have in the Grand Prix weekend proper, during the test sessions, that you prioritise different elements of your run plan to the different track conditions.
Yeah.
So now it's a prime time to be focusing on more performance runs, and I think this is McLaren.
He's done an out lap.
Yeah,
so
tiptoeing
let's
round,
focus on this.
shiny sidewalls, heading down the main straight. DRS open. This is a hot lap coming up from Lando Norris. Brake just at that red and white curb. Slow it down into second gear. Pinch this corner as tight as you can on the exit to help open up turn 2. On the throttle as early as you dare, with the rear squirming around before you get into that second DRS zone, heading towards turn 4. Bring the car just off the track there on the left-hand side before the track dips away at you on the exit of turn 4. That track would have been deleted. That lap would have been deleted in qualifying, so it's all four wheels over the white line through turn 6 and 7. Don't run too much onto the red and white curb. Slow it down. Be patient in turn 8. Personal best sector for Norris in first sector. Up and over the brow of the hill through turn 9. Squeeze the brake pedal. Don't hit it too hard, too late. You don't want to lock up at that stage. He doesn't. Gets the car rotated, as we were talking about earlier on, into the third DRS zone here towards turn 11. Looks like a pretty decent lap so far, apart from that scruffy turn 4 exit. Uses a lot of that red and white curb. I saw him doing that last year as well, before turn 11. Just helps to open it up slightly more. Into the second sector, pops up there, personal best, but he's 8.5 tenths away at this stage already. Off the track again in turn 13. The rear really not hanging on to the back end of that McLaren, just squirming around once again. I think that's what ran him out wide on the exit of 4. Into what I call the final corner. It's turn 14, but that's 15. And you'll see the DRS open one last time, so he heads back onto the main straight, second off the pace, and it looked like he was pushing.
Yeah, it did. It looked a,
we don't know the fuel load.
Ragged at times.
Yeah, but it's same tyre as Fernando Alonso was on.
Look, if that's genuine like for like, fuel load for fuel load, within about 10 minutes track time of each other, what's happened to Lewis Hamilton?
Just lost the rear bit. Yeah, similar to what happened to Lando actually in his lap. He's on the prototype tyre there, is Lewis.
That it's worth pointing out there that the difference in the way that lap looked between Lando and Fernando. Now
we don't know the fuel
loads. We don't. But let's just assume that the fuel loads were similar. A second between Aston Martin and McLaren. That's going to raise eyebrows in both directions, Aston Martin and at McLaren, isn't it? Because these are two teams that may well be competing quite closely together on the track during the course of this season.
You would have expected them to, but before even coming here, there were a lot of happy faces. Before the car even turned a wheel, there were happy faces down at Aston Martin. But look, the fuel load can do an awful lot in a Formula 1 car.
Yes.
It's 6 seconds worth of lap time between an absolutely fully brimmed F1 car with fuel or a car that's only got 4 or 5 kilos of fuel in it.
Yeah.
6 seconds of lap time. And then you get into the whole DRS or no DRS, tyres the same or not. So, and engine modes as well. There can be another even 8 tenths in the bag with engine modes getting turned up or down. So there's a long, long way to go. All I know, as a driver, I saw this guy pushing really hard. I saw Fernando Alonso pushing really hard as well. They were giving it everything. And yeah, it wasn't happening for Lando. The car just looked a bit more nervous. The rear of the car not sticking well on the exit of turn 13, off the track in turn 4, and just he couldn't get on the power and carry that speed how he wanted. So the car looked more stuck to the ground. I was looking at the car with Fernando. I'm sure that it looked like he had more downforce. If I didn't know any better, it looked like the ride was better and he had more downforce.
Is there a little feeling in the back of your mind, and I hope I'm wrong about this, and I really don't want to be right, that for the second year running, McLaren are going to have a real struggle at a Bahrain test and put them on the back foot at the start of the year? It's not what any of us want to see. We want to see teams having a good test and then all going jauntily into the first race and being rather close together.
And yeah, I mean, perhaps I hope not for their sake, but you pick up you pick up little signs. Another one I've picked up here is the Alpine into turn 1. Looks incredibly stiff, low to the ground, incredibly stiff, and it was a big old rough ride in the middle of the braking zone, which is really uncomfortable for the driver and put him offline.
Is that something they might be deliberately trying and run a more stiffer suspension for a bit, just to see what the results are? I mean, it is testing after all.
And he's on the prototype tyre, so who knows what they're doing in terms of, how far can they push the car with ride heights. It's like I say, it's a representative time of day and track condition to be doing that. But the fact he's on the prototype tyre would suggest that they're trying to learn other things rather than just going for a lap time.
Scotty Designs, by the way, wants to say that the wheel brows, he'd like to change the name to wheel flippers in commemoration of the porpoising we saw last year. I get you, Scotty, that's a very nice idea, but we liked wheel brows, and it wasn't our suggestion. It came from one of our dear viewers during the course of testing, and we have adopted it. Wheel brows it is.
I think others have as well, haven't they?
Yeah, we're liking the wheel brows thing. By the way, I made a comment about the two-tone blue on the Williams team kit. It wasn't my favourite, but I've just seen the mechanics there with the overalls on to go with the new sponsorship.
Oh, here we go. You're going to start backtracking. Oh, the overalls though, on the other hand, especially in the lights, when the lights are on and the dusk. Oh, they look so much better in the dusk.
Pearl blue and orange. It's a beautiful, beautiful combination. That I like. That I like.
So particular.
Yes, you wouldn't have thought it, would you? Bouncing, bumping, over the bumps, or porpoising? It's the question every time we see. Every time we see a driver's crash helmet nodding up and down.
Well, let's have a look if we can. Into turn 1, we saw the Alpine crash into this bump earlier on. He's backed out of it, so we're not going to get a true representation. There was no DRS on that lap. Now he is on the white striped and texted tyre, which is, do you remember, Crofty?
Complicated, confusing, and known only to Ant, because he's actually written it down.
I've written it down.
Oh, so he's got it on a message on his WhatsApp.
Now I'm desperately, frantically scrolling through the messages because I've lost it.
Never start a sentence before you know the end.
I'm going to say it's the C0.
The C0?
I think. Yes.
Which is not the new tyre for this year, the new name for a tyre for this year. So
of course I was wrong. It's the C1.
Yeah, of course.
I was just testing you.
So that's the brand new tyre.
Brand new tyre.
Well, it looks the same to us, but you will tell me that a driver can feel the difference.
Oh, most definitely feel the difference. Yeah.
But what it means is, well, so here's the thing. Are Mercedes conducting a higher fuel run for this moment in time, or is there a way that Mercedes might be thinking, do you know what, with a slight change to 2 races, 2 events for the qualifying format this year, we'll do a bit of a low fuel run on a harder compound tyre. Something that's happening this year is that
not with that lap time, sorry, Crofty, not at 37.1. So this is a true race run. Lots of harvesting going on there, the lights flashing, no DRS, hard tyre, 4.5 seconds off the pace. this is a proper, I'd say, yeah, it's got to be a race run. Maybe not fully brimmed, but yeah, it looks to me like that was a very different approach to on the yellow stripe.
So let me change my question then. What do you think to this RQF for 2023? What do you say, Crofty, is the RQF?
Is this the
revised qualifying format that will be trialled at 2 events, where tyre compounds will be mandated for each stage of qualifying. So hard tyres only in Q1, medium tyres only in Q2, and soft tyres only in Q3. What do we need to revise anything for qualifying, or does it work as a spectacle?
I liked it how it was.
Or is it worth just trying to change? Try the change, see what happens.
But why try and fix something that's not broken? I really think that the qualifying format was something that didn't need tinkering in Formula 1. I liked what they did last year. It was a small adjustment so that we saw it, so we didn't see teams having to run a tyre that they started the race. That made sense to me.
Yeah, the fastest lap in Q2.
Yeah, but I think what they came up with last, I can't see it working any better than that.
Your thoughts as ever, most welcome. Freddie Vasseur watches on, the new Ferrari team principal, and just a few garages down for Ferrari as Alpine, but not many garages down for Ferrari as Alpine, where their reserve driver Jack Doohan is talking to Rachel Brooks.
I am Crofty, and this is perfect timing because look, Esteban Ocon is coming in for a pit stop and we can see these wheel guns. Blue when he comes in, staying blue, as soon as the wheel's on and it's in position and there are no issues, the gun goes red and they know it's a clear pit stop. But as you mentioned, I am down here with Jack Doohan, who can't hear me right now because the car is still there we go, perfect timing. Jack, what have you taken away from today? What's been your biggest takeaway from today?
I think that it's a lot of testing for sure. Every team's doing something different, so it's very hard to keep track of really what's going on. We can only obviously focus on ourselves, and we're gathering a lot of data. It's been a smooth day, so no technical issues, and that really is the main point at such an early part of the season, being day one, to get through something with smooth running, to be ticking off the checklist, and to really move forward into testing with another clean slate of paper and not really a setback is super important for us.
You've been able to hear the radio all day, so you've been hearing the feedback from the drivers. The way they deliver the feedback, I'm not asking you to tell me what they're saying, but the way they deliver the feedback, is that anything new to you? Is it similar to what you're already doing in F2?
Yeah, it's very similar. Obviously, they have a little bit more to expand on because they have further tools that they can really work with. But it's similar. They're working on rebalancing the car, exchanging with their engineer kind of feedback to what they would like, what they think can be better, how they're feeling, what also is good. So it's something that I'm trying to pick up on as well. I try and see what Pierre's saying, see what Esteban's saying, see how they really speak with the engineer differently, and anything that I can take for that to relay back to my work is also something I can take away.
If we just step forward a little bit away from the noise for a second, how tough is it standing here knowing that that's your dream out there and that's where you want to be and you'd love to be in that car?
It's for sure tough, and I would love to be in the car, I'd love to be on the grid, but I have to step back and think, 5 years ago I'd be doing anything to be in this position right now, and for sure it would have been my dream to be a Formula 1 reserve driver, to be one step closer to my goal. So I know it's all a part of the process, and I'm still in Formula 2 this year, so I wouldn't have been on the grid anyway. To be here as an F1 reserve driver, getting this knowledge, getting this experience, it can only help me for when hopefully that time comes.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Jack. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Crofty.
Great character, Jack Doohan. Looking forward to seeing him racing in F2 this year, and looking forward to a few more visits from him to the commentary box as well. Now, whilst Rachel was talking to Jack, out came the Red Bull off its jacks, and Max Verstappen, no DRS, starts his latest race run then, because they're not using DRS.
Not using DRS, yeah, but I am seeing quite shiny sidewall tyres on that Red Bull as well at the same time. See how, and they had some harvesting going on from the heat recovery into turn one, so not a full-on attack like we've seen from others, but the tyres look like they're in pretty good shape, if not brand new on this run, but a second and a half already down in the first sector. Proves what we were thinking, Crofty. It's not a full-on attack, but it's Still looking very well poised, that car, I have to say. And to me, it looks heavy. It looks heavy, to be fair.
But when you say looking really well poised,
yeah?
For those that aren't on your wavelength at this moment in time, like balanced, settled, doing what the driver wants it to do. Where do you mean on that?
So it's not fighting him. I'm not seeing his hands everywhere on the wheel. I'm not seeing the car kick out at all, like we saw with Lando Norris, for example, coming up to this corner here on the exit of 13. And it seems to be a nice, calm experience for the driver. And the car's compliance over bumps and curbs and the way it's not locking up, it just looks well poised for me, that it's able to be in the right position, ready to attack the corner in the way that the driver wants to attack it. Right, okay. It's kind of the best way I can describe it. It's just another way to describe the body language of the car. Looks good to me. The driver's not stressed, and the car doesn't look stressed either.
Whereas at other times, other cars we've seen just not compliant, not doing what the driver's asking it to do, and causing a lot of stress for the pilot behind the wheel. Fernando's looking in his mirrors there to see if anyone's about, and you'll notice that the mirrors are bigger this year. We haven't talked about the mirrors yet. They've made the mirrors bigger, and so surprise of all surprises, the driver can see better what's behind them. They still look a bit small, though, don't they?
They're narrow, but they're longer. They're definitely wider, aren't they? So the visibility will never be brilliant from a mirror in an F1 car. But as the drivers become more and more cocooned inside these cars with the halo and the higher head restraint, head protection, you rely on the mirrors more and more. And so I think it's a good thing. It's there for safety. And, you know, sometimes the drivers, we give them benefit of the doubt that, well, they can't see much from them. So, of course, you know, it's no surprise that they turned in on the driver trying to overtake them towards the apex of the corner. But then we hear, I've got rear blistering on my tyres, and or rear graining, I can see it in the mirror, come up quite often.
Yeah, you can see that.
Yeah, they see that. Funnily, you can see that, but not the car.
Is he going for another fast lap here?
I think the tyres look pretty shiny on the sidewalls once again. DRS is open. Is Fernando on another attack lap here towards turn 1? Hopefully we can stay with this.
Looking to make a name for himself.
Was that a little lock up there into turn 1? It's hard to see on that camera angle. But it looked like he was on the right line, at least, at the apex of 1 towards the exit.
Well, it's already looking good through a few of the mini sectors in this first part of the lap, as Alonso maybe chasing here the potential for the fastest time of the day. We're 24 minutes to go, but he's not put together enough mini sectors.
He was round about 2 tenths down in the first sector on his last push lap.
Right.
But just because he didn't go personal best, he's still somewhere close to what he achieved before. It's such a hard track to nail the perfect lap. There are so many slow speed corners, like he went wide, for example, in a little bit in turn 4, couldn't quite carry the speed on the exit there, and also into turn 8. He ran wide there, a little bit off the apex of turn 11 and picked up that red and white curb on the exit. That increases more understeer. I would say this hasn't been as well a driven lap by him. Although he goes faster in that bit of
touching distance,
proving me wrong.
But is he trying to preserve his tyres a little bit as well for the final sector? You know, keeping those rears.
I still think there was more. He's pretty much matching where he was last time at this stage, and this was his best sector, the best sector of overall. Don't forget, and he's run wide as well.
Oh dear.
So I would say throughout the whole lap, he was basically the same speed as he was before.
But I tell you what, he ran wide there, Anne. How much time's he lost by running wide? Or has he not lost too much?
I would say, it was around 2.5 tenths in that final corner.
Right, so he's ended up 2 tenths down. Yeah, just over 2 tenths down.
When he started the lap, all squirrely as well, didn't he? So I wonder if they're just playing around with tyre temperatures here, because it didn't really look like that. That's the last lap, so two different moments.
All I'm going to say is if he's lost 2.5 tenths there, that might have still been the fastest lap, but he'd not have gone wide. He did go wide, so it's not going to be.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's like I said, this track, such a technical track. It's not many high-speed corners here. Most of them slow, and most of them really, like I said, describe it as a technical circuit. It's a bit like if you're watching, say, like people always say, "What do you mean by technical circuit or technical corner?" It's a bit like if you watch like the BMX World Championships or something. They're all the high, big old air stunts and like, all the elaborate stuff, the flips, the back flips. But when they get into the details, the detailed work of what they do on the ground and how they pop a wheelie and, you know, where they place their feet, and it's all of the detailed work.
Yeah.
I would describe that as the technical element of their sport. So the technical element of our sport is the slow speed corners. How you would tackle the slow. You spend most of your time in a slow speed corner. The high speed corners is roll your sleeves up, take a breath,
go for it,
hold your breath, and then go for it. Wrestle the car around. It's a different skill set to the technical aspect of, you know, that light touch you need, the detailed work that goes into, the patience that goes into a slow speed corner. And this track is full of them. Absolutely full of them.
Yeah, it's a track that rewards patience.
Yeah, big time.
How patience has Valtteri Bottas been. Now, I think Valtteri's driving style is ideal for Bahrain, certainly for a qualifying lap round here.
Yeah, he likes a front limited car. By that I mean a car that when you turn the steering wheel, it's not going to suddenly pinch you into the corner and turn super quickly like a go-kart would, or like flying a kite where it just wants to completely dart one way or the other. He likes a car that's much more balanced, with a front that's just sliding a little bit more than the rear would of the car. So we call that a front limited setup or track. Even that gives you that feel within the car, and Bottas has always preferred tracks like that.
Crazy sends us this tweet, and you might think I'm crazy to read this tweet out, but we are nearly a third of the way through pre-season testing, so therefore I'm going to anyway. Which team has impressed you most so far? Do you think Red Bull are likely to be just as dominant this year? Now, normally towards the end of the first day, we're like, no, there's a lot more to come. But we're nearly a third of the way through this. Are Red Bull likely to be just as dominant this year? It is worth saying, with 150 now laps on the board and the fastest time, they couldn't have done much more to enjoy their first day than they already have been.
It looks like it's come pretty effortlessly to them, doesn't it? It looks like they've run around, done their program. Max looks super comfortable inside the car. No real dramas. Reliability's been good. Yes, of course, you'd always want more, and that's the nature of Formula One and the people involved, but it looks effortless from the outside. It looks like they've just gone through their program, and oh look, we just happen to be fastest as well, rather than really chase it tooth and nail, say like Fernando has from inside the Aston Martin.
I think he's chased it a bit hard down at the turn one. He might have locked up Fernando Alonso. You just turned your attention away from the screen in our commentary box, and there was a big puff of white smoke in the distance. We'll see if we get a replay on that one. Is it fair to say with Red Bull, if there is going to be a problem, let's have a look going at the turn one first. You know that bump that Jack Doohan was talking about earlier, that one there, around about the 150 metre board? I wonder if that unsettled the car a touch. Or is Fernando playing away with brake bias?
Looked like the lockup came quite late actually, but yeah, it's always a hard one to manage that bump all the way into turn one. Like I say, it's really dependent as well on the wind direction. Earlier on in the day, they had a massive tailwind, and now it's more of a side wind. So they would have been able to brake a little bit later in this afternoon session rather than the morning session. So you're constantly having to readjust things from inside the car, and so that side wind today blows the car more through turn 4, as Norris looks like he's on a better lap, personal best there, but ran a bit wide at the apex of 10, just as I was mentioning that side wind.
So I was going to say, Red Bull's problems is Is it just too easy to say if they are going to have a problem this year, it is more likely to come in the second half of the season due to the lack of wind tunnel and CFD development time because of that sliding scale, because they start from such a strong position? Or is that just too simplistic, I wonder? Lots of green mini sectors for Lando Norris here.
Yeah, he's only just under 6/10 down as opposed to a second down, so he's found a bit of lap time. And let's see how this final sector was for him. Yeah, so hangs on to around that 6/10 down, so a little bit better, but still not on Aston Martin's pace. And we know that there was a little bit more coming as well for Fernando on that lap where he ran wide in the final corner, but everybody can find a little bit more lap time.
Yeah.
If you try again. No, I want to see really where the Red Bull is. I almost want to get the pain out of the way now, rather than be thinking, what more have they got? I want a 3-team fight, at least a 3-team. It'd be greedy to ask for more, but it's what I've wanted for such a long time.
The ingredients are there for Ferrari in terms of switching development on last year's car off a little bit earlier, prioritising this year once again, going back to the drawing board and thinking, right, we'll come out of the blocks, all systems firing for 2023. The fact that they've got more time in the wind tunnel, more CFD time as well throughout the season in their battle with Red Bull, but of course Mercedes have time in hand on both of them in that regard. I like the fact Ferrari have kept the nature and the style of last year's car to a concept that they understand without making drastic changes in the style of the car.
Yeah, it's funny, just from looking at the body language of the car and the aesthetics of the cars. Say you take the Mercedes and the Ferrari, you can clearly see Mercedes have gone, on second thoughts, let's try something different for 2023. But the Ferrari, to me, it looks like the same format. It looks like a revised version of, like a honed version of what they had last year. And the Red Bull as well.
So this time in the morning session, we had a yellow flag as well, if you weren't with us in the morning session. Fret not. Doesn't mean someone stopped out on track or there's a problem. Very shortly, we should be going into a virtual safety car test. I tried to sound a bit more excited about that. A virtual safety car test, ladies and gentlemen, because all the systems need checking.
Well, it is testing. I know we're trying our best to keep the entertainment levels high for you wherever you're watching, but you can't really brush it up anymore, can you? A virtual safety car test. It's a test session at the end of the day, and that's what they're testing. The FIA need to test their systems as well.
And we've extended the chassis. I can't even say it.
Easy for you to say.
It's been a long day. Session by 15 minutes to accommodate this as well. So the teams aren't losing out, but all the systems get checked and checked properly. Someone's spilt a bucket load of Floviz paints all over the one side of that Aston Martin. Seems like a good time if we're going to get a virtual safety car test where the pace to employ some sort of aero test, constant speed aero test, Ant.
It does, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, why not throw a whole load of Floviz paint over the car when you're going slowly anyway? But it depends how fast you're allowed to go, what speed you're looking to achieve. Because if you're looking to achieve a 250 km/h aero cruise control test, you might not get away with that for long under a virtual safety car.
That is very true. But if you're looking to do something a bit slower,
then throw a whole load over the car.
Right in there. That is a Haas, ladies and gentlemen, with the red front wing in the foreground of your picture, not the Alpha Tauri, which is slightly similar. That is the blue and pink Alpine, which for the race weekend, for the first 3 race weekends, will become more predominantly pink. And somewhere under all that Floviz paint is a green Aston Martin.
Although it would be much easier to spot, wouldn't it, if it was that colour green all over.
I'd be absolutely up for that.
Here we go, that's how they spray it on. And it dries incredibly quick.
Really?
Yeah, just as soon as the car's done its... Say, you go through turn 2, turn 3, and you head up that back straight to 4. By the time you got to the end of the back straight of turn 4, it's settled into position, and then it dries, and then
someone has to clean all that off.
They do, but it's worthwhile. The pain is worth it. Well, hopefully it is for their sake. And you can take it back in the photos. Go back to base, and you've got the aero department looking at all those streaks of where the points are. A congealed part of paint where there's not any streaks is where you got a stalling of the airflow.
Yeah.
And they're all looking. They analyse that and hold it under ultraviolet light to see it in even more detail. And yeah, they then can correlate, like we were talking about before. Is it matching what the wind tunnel said it would?
And if it is, then bingo, you're in business.
Then you can get on. You can basically crack on with what your development schedule is like, and keep going in that direction. You don't have to change tact.
And that was the AlphaTauri in front of the Red Bull with the black front wing.
It was, wasn't it?
So
I got caught out again. Yeah. I wasn't really paying that much attention. I just thought, yeah, there's a Haas.
See, I've cracked this myself now.
There it is again, yes.
Red front wing for Haas, black front wing for AlphaTauri.
Easy to say now.
See.
Let's see how you get on when it's lights out, away we go. Here they come down towards turn 1. There's the AlphaTauri. Oh no! What? Oh no!
Remind me never to ask you to be my voice double ever. That was painful. Sounded nothing like me. I'm from heavyweight. I'm a world champion.
Tell you what, for all the ribbing you get, it's incredibly hard to sit down and call a race as a lead commentator. I've tried it. I don't know how you spot the cars and
mate,
that constant flow of stream of consciousness. It's amazing. It really is. It is definitely a skill to pick the right car, the right moment, and the start of the race where they're all jostling for position. Yeah.
But that's why we say lights out, away we go, because
it gives you more time.
Gives me a bit of time, you see. What I would say is it's an utter privilege to do the job I do and to work with the people I work with. And I don't know what else I do, quite frankly. I wake up with a smile on my face, and I look forward at this time of the year, especially because it's been a while, Anne. You know, to that moment. You had it when the lights went out and away you went, right? Because you were a driver. I get it when the lights go out. And you walk the walk, I talk the talk.
Do you get full of adrenaline? Do you get nervous before the start of racing?
Yeah. You know I can't stop pacing around a commentary box just before it starts.
I just saw you were strutting your stuff.
It's like John Travolta. It's like, and some. No, Martin knows, because he just stand back a little bit now, because I get very excited indeed. What are you looking at now in the Ferrari?
Look at the Ferrari. It's got some real.
Is that strengthening struts there?
Looks like it, doesn't it? To stop to
didn't look like sensors, did it?
Measure the front wing flexion or something. They've only just put those on.
Yeah. Just for the
last 8 minutes.
8 and a bit minutes. We'll keep an eye on that while we hear from Rachel Brooks. Rachel.
Hi, Crofty. I'm down at Red Bull at the moment because it looks like they're about to do a pit stop with Max Verstappen, or call him in at least. And the last time he came in, of course, that rear jack failed. So they've had a look at it. They've got 2 of them down here, the ones with the fluorescent yellow on them that are down. And he's coming in now, actually. So they're ready. They're running out. The boys and girls have run out into the pit lane here, ready to wait for him to come in, and he's coming down towards me now. So keep an eye on the rear jack and see if it works this time. This is the one that failed on his last entry into the pit lane. Looked okay that time, didn't it? But yes, testing, as I said earlier, all the equipment here ready ahead of the race season. They've got 2 different versions of their rear jack down here at the moment, so we'll wait to see which one comes out for the race next week here at this track in Bahrain.
They spend an awful long time coming up with new versions, lighter, stronger, easier to operate for front and rear jacks. And I love some of the innovations in the pit lane even. I'm sure some of the innovations do find their way into the pit wall when the mechanics throw them away at some stage. But there you go. Fernando Alonso, by the way, you know you were talking about siblings.
Yeah.
And it's the younger sibling, right? Yeah. That is 70%.
Oh, I don't know what it was, but it's quite a
more successful,
remarkably high number. Yeah.
Thank you, Anna Hunt. It says Fernando's got an older sister.
No,
Lorena, who I believe is a doctor.
And it said in the book that usually they're the academics. The
Really?
first sibling, yes, usually they're the academics.
Loving this.
The second sibling are usually the professional athlete. Oh, just been proven by. Who was she again? Who texted
Anna.
you? Anna. Well done, Anna. Thank you very much.
So, when you finish reading that book, I'd like to read that book, if that's okay.
Well, I'm in your club now. I've got reading glasses, so I'm racing through it. It's a game changer.
You start to look more intelligent.
Yeah.
I love it.
Look. That's good. That's the key word there. Speaking of looks,
these struts.
They can't run these in the race, can they? Isn't that the regulation? No. It's just a test.
No, but they could do them in testing.
Yeah. So,
I mean, if they did run them in the race, I don't think it would add to the advantage, to any performance advantage, would it? Do you want to strengthen that part of the front wing by putting some struts in?
I wouldn't have thought so, because I'm sure they use that flexion of the front wing as a bit of a balancing tool for the high-speed corners, where you don't want the car that pointy. And if you've got a bit of high-speed flexion going on,
does that happen
by chance? Because it's impossible to have such a long piece of carbon fibre without any flex in it. Otherwise, it would just snap with the load that they see by design. Maybe that's what they're looking at. If you stop the front wing if you stop it flexing in a straight line, you get to see what happens to the rest of the airflow over the car. I don't know. I'm just hypothesising, but
I like your hypothesis. If you had glasses on at this moment in time, I believe every single word she was saying. But this being testing, teams can try things out.
Yeah. You could really see the tension being taken up there.
I'd say
over the bumps.
Sam Collins and Ted Kravitz will be on the case with this one.
100%. And
look, you've got the cameras there as well.
Yeah, you've got the cameras on the edge. They're looking at. So they're looking at the end plate there.
Yeah.
So, and look how reinforced it is on the
underside,
outside of the underside of the end plate. That really goes to show the stress that it's under.
I'm just wondering if a little reinforcement around the outer edges of the end plate isn't something for this year, and I'm hypothesising now as well, that teams might decide is worth an investigation and worth a performance gain. Now, why that would be, I'm not sure, but I may have seen it elsewhere.
So if you could stop your end plate, the front end plates, kind of
flexing inwards,
or flexing outwards. They would flex outwards. Yeah, I mean, look at the Alpha Tauri. The end plates as they're and he slows down, and because the wing pops up, the end plate actually goes more vertical.
So stiffening
than an outward camber.
Yeah. So stiffening and stopping them flexing outwards.
What does that do to the airflow around the rest of the car? Do they want them to flex out? Is that an unwanted byproduct of the wing dropping down at speed? Or is that what they're going for? And we know how influential the end plates are on the front wings.
I'm just wondering, because I might have seen something similar elsewhere at another team, but not in the way that Ferrari were doing it on the underside necessarily. There's always something in testing that comes out of nowhere. In what you think is a fairly rigorously well-defined and leaving not a huge amount of room for improvisation set of technical regulations, there's always something.
Yeah, always something. There's never such a thing as wasted track time.
Yeah.
Oh, Lewis just getting a bit crossed up there on the mid-corner and on the exit.
Yeah, but I like to see Formula 1 cars making exits out of a corner like that. I know it's not the fastest way.
best Jim Clark impression.
Tom Barnett says, give it a rest, Crofty. It's testing. Times don't mean anything. Trying to build up the hype. Talk sense, for heaven's sake. Oh, don't be such a spoil sport, Tom. I do keep saying the times aren't completely relevant. Well, but when you see Fernando Alonso pop up, not just with that time, but the way the car looks, Verstappen. And either way, we're having fun and enjoying ourselves. So
well,
they
do mean something, because this car on the screen here this time last year was way down the timesheets, and it looked pretty desperate. And look at the troubled year they had, and particularly in Bahrain, the first race. It was a pretty substandard effort from their standards. And I mean, the other thing to look at as well on the flip side, Lance Stroll at the end of the first day's classification last year was P4 in the Aston Martin. He was P4.
History repeating itself, sort of thing.
With a 34.7. And Fernando's done a 32.8.
Wow.
The fastest time last year was Pierre Gasly in AlphaTauri with a 33.9. So I think there was more sandbagging. My gut feeling is there was more sandbagging going on at the start this time last year than where they are now.
Because of the regulation change. And we had 4 days as well, didn't we?
4 days as well. And they had the test in Barcelona as well before coming here. So I do think they're under more pressure now to really, truly go for more lap times. And I think it's more, they're definitely under more pressure to deliver lap times and to hone in on where they need to be.
So we'll get the checkered flag in 25 seconds time. And by the way, everyone hating your impression of me.
Really?
No, they love it, actually.
And it's lights out and away we go.
Yeah, see that?
There's the AlphaTauri and the Alpha, whatever it's called. Coming into turn one, there's a big lock. Oh no, there's a crash. There's a crash. Is that any better?
Sound like a crash.
You're blushing. You know that was good.
That was spot on.
I've had years of impersonating. Lewis Hamilton crosses the line with a checker flag out. End of play there. So he makes his way back into the pits slowly.
Honestly.
Brilliant day for Lewis Hamilton.
Thank you very much indeed, David Croft. I'm Anthony Davidson. I'm from Hemel, I am world champion.
I sound nothing like that.
You do. When you're strutting like a proud peacock that you are, from Hemel. Thank you, Track Life and Joe Hollis, for your messages and the stunning impression from Anthony Davidson. Which I think is a very neat way to bring this day to a close, Anthony. We've talked a lot, sometimes about Formula One, and we've seen a lot too. And amidst all of the lappage that's been going on today, 157 of them by the defending champion, Max Verstappen. That is some return to work day for Max Verstappen.
He's going to have a long, restful day tomorrow. He's going to need to recoup. That's going to take its toll on the neck, the lower back muscles, and wow, what amount of laps. 157 laps. How many kilometres is that? What's this track again? 5?
You've got a track map right in front of you, but I'm not sure that's got the kilometres on there. No, it's about 5.3, isn't it? 5.412 kilometres, this track. You work that out, sir. While I look to see if anyone else...
850 kilometres.
Wow.
In one day.
That's 152 laps completed by Mercedes.
527 miles.
Okay, so
in a Formula 1, driving flat out in a Formula 1 car. Over 500 miles.
It's going to be something like London to Glasgow, isn't it?
Yeah.
500 odd miles. And
amazing.
If my internet, my laptop was working, I'd work that out right now, but it's not, sadly. Well, there's the man that I saw this morning when I walked into the paddock. He was arriving at the same time, Adrian Newey, who's, he's not showing much emotion because I think he's having a very good look at what can and can't be modified, changed, improved. He'll be very happy. And what's nice, as we were talking, we were saying Dan Fallow's gone from Red Bull obviously to Aston Martin, the man who learns under Adrian Newey, the master and the apprentice. And we've got the master's car and the apprentice car separated by 3/100ths of a second. and apologies to Tom that I might be hyping that one up a little bit, but these are stories that might come.
And look at this! Look at this image here, Crofty. This is what it's about for Aston Martin. I know they had Sebastian Vettel and the wealth of experience that he had as well, but they haven't lost anything in that respect by Seb leaving. Fernando on the radio there. Already, you could see the determination and that fire in his eyes that he's saying, look, that was a proper debrief going on there.
It was.
It's like, right, everyone, this is how the car felt today. This is a job we need to do tomorrow. I mean, putting words in his mouth, but that's the kind of character that he is. I've seen him in action at Toyota when he was there. Yeah, and he's just, he's a beast. He really is. There's no let up. And he's going to work that team in a different way to how Sebastian worked.
But on days like today, I think they might be quite happy to be worked very hard indeed. What a day! And we are a third of the way through testing, ladies and gentlemen, with Max Verstappen and Fernando Alonso separated by 3/100ths of a second, near enough. Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc not separated by much themselves, were they? 14 thousandths of a second between the two Ferrari drivers. Sainz in the morning, Leclerc in the afternoon. Lando Norris had a lot of lost track time while they fixed some cooling issues on his brakes and his wheel brows, but ended up fifth fastest ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Kevin Magnussen, 2.2 seconds off the pace, was the slowest driver for today. The only driver we haven't seen on the track, Checo Perez, he'll be out on track tomorrow for Red Bull. 157 laps for Max Verstappen. Probably needs a lie down after this. It's been quite the return to the office for him. And the floodlights shining brightly in the desert nights here in Bahrain. As I mentioned, a third of the way through testing. Pre-season testing has 2 more days to come, tomorrow and Saturday, and you'll be able to see it live. For the moment, the cars leave the track for the green light to when the checkered flag falls. The session 1 tomorrow, 10 o'clock until 2:15 track time. 3:15 to 7:30 track time, and on Saturday as well. Saturday marks 8 days to go to the first race of the season. 23 races to come, a record-breaking season in Formula One, starting here at the Sakir circuit in Bahrain under the lights as the sun sets and the lights take hold, and Formula One will be go again for 2023. Thank you to you all for watching today. From Anthony Davidson and myself, David Croft, have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.